35 and below actually is a young person. And we find that this is the buffer of society. And even with COVID, we find that the ones who are hit most are the ones who are above 50. So the future is yours. Our youth are our future. So going to the next most important subject, volunteering. What happened in the wake of COVID-19 when the first case was identified? We find that it is the youth actually who are more in disbelief for various reasons. Because when their movement is curtailed, when they are not able to mingle the way they used to under normal circumstances, it's more difficult for them to accept the new normal. And with that also came a bit of innovation because they learned that they had to adjust and moved into volunteering. So today, we are going to discuss how the youth have actually picked up this very innovative way of joining hands, of building synergy, to make sure that we move on or we continue from a very hard point towards a sustainable end. And I do believe that we are going to have a very important conversation, a very meaningful discussion. And without further ado, I will just introduce our key speakers today. I hope I'll be able to do some justice to the names. We start with Dmitry Polikanov. Did I pronounce it well? To my right. And then we have Alexei Kajuev. Did I pronounce that right as well? Then we have Ileda, the lady who is right over there. Ileda, that one is really a bit stressful. Eskita Shoglu. And then we have Alexei Barisov. We have Roxy could not join us, Newbury, but we have Alexander Plakida. Now, three of the last three speakers will be online, but we are delighted to have everybody else who's here. So shall we start with Dmitry?
Okay, I'll just probably move there so that I can see you all better, right? So, first of all, good morning, and it's nice to see a lot of familiar faces from yesterday here. And actually, I'm very pleased to welcome you at the Brussels Dialogue. It's conducted, I think, for the third time now, and today we're going to discuss a very important topic of sustainable development goals. Actually, as you all know, we live in a VUCA world, right? The world which is volatile, unpredictable, complex, and ambiguous. And well, just like our president said 2 days ago, we are all slightly tired of living in the era of change, you know. So because permanent changes make people really nervous, put all of us in stress. So we need some sort of anchor on stability. And it's quite important that this stability should be based on, as he told us, on moderate and reasonable conservatism, you know, so which is absolutely a true course for the majority of people on the globe. So in order to overcome the volatility and unpredictability, and thanks to the United Nations, we have 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which actually mark the vector for the development of mankind. So, of course, these are the problems that are typical of all countries and that require our concerted efforts to overcome the existing difficulties. And unfortunately, what we see from the COVID-19 pandemic, the global challenges sometimes are not uniting people, but on the contrary, putting them in separate departments, you know. So we try to isolate ourselves, try to find the national solutions to international problems, and it never works, as you may understand. Like never before, we need to be global because the 21st century has started. It has started in 2020, just like the 19th century started in 1918 after the end of the World War I. So now we cannot simply forget about the environmental issues and say, okay, we have no effect on that, So the climate change is something abstract. No, it's not abstract any longer. It's the factor which has an impact on our everyday life. It's the issue which was emerged due to the human behavior and our relationship with nature. And for the next 100 years, three major challenges that we will have are related to our relations with nature, our relations with technology, and our relations between ourselves. And actually, we're now in the period of moving towards new economy, towards new relationship among the human beings and among the states. And obviously, in the mid of the 21st century, there will be a lot of turbulence, even more than now. So to prepare for that, we have to think about, as I said, joint efforts to move on. And these joint efforts can be focused on the 17 areas like poverty, hunger, good education for all, healthcare, and so on and so forth. And by 2030, it's a deadline for the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. Hopefully, we can at least implement, I don't know, at least 75% of them. That would be a great result if we do so. In Russia, the Sustainable Development Goals become a major focus in the agenda of the businesses and of the government. So they're integrated into the national strategies, into the doctrines, into the everyday work of the large corporations. We still lack some kind of popularity of the SDG with the general public, but that requires more efforts for the awareness campaigns and for the provision of information and for the involvement of people, ordinary people, into this work to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. And obviously, in this work, we should rely on the youth. And you are the right young leaders to talk to, because actually the future is in your hands, because you are the leaders and opinion makers in your youth communities. You are the people who are bright and talented and who are ready to discuss the very sensitive international issues. And it's really great that we can do it together, both as Russians and as Europeans, to talk about the challenges that we face all. And one of the goals of our agency, the Federal Agency for Humanitarian Cooperation, Россотрудничество, is to promote this kind of dialogue. So I really welcome you here, and I believe that we need fruitful discussions, and moreover, after the discussion, some practical action to implement the things that we have agreed upon here. I'm no longer a young man, right? So according to the UN classification, young man ends up at 45. So I'll have passed this threshold. So and therefore I cannot be with you, so from the point of age range. But at the same time, I definitely will be happy to participate in your discussions and to give some intellectual input to your work. And I think we will later on today discuss the results of yesterday's foresight and see what is our vision, joint vision of the future. Thank you very much. Welcome you again at this forum, and I hope that you will be fully involved in our talks today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dmitry. That was the head of the Federal Agency of, how do we pronounce that?
Россотрудничество, very complicated to pronounce, but the idea is that we work for international humanitarian cooperation.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, now it's my privilege and honor again to introduce a gentleman who came in to represent the embassy of the Embassy of Russian Federation to the Kingdom of Belgium, Mr. Alexei Kojuev. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I consider myself a relatively young person, so I'm happy to share the floor with such brilliant participants. Thank you very much again. Does it work? Yeah. Excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this venue for giving me an opportunity to address this brilliant audience. I would like to say a couple of formal and informal phrases, and of course we'll be happy to exchange views on any subjects that you might raise after this plenary session. First of all, on a formal note, on behalf of the Embassy of the Russian Federation to the Kingdom of Belgium, I would like to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt greetings to all participants in this forum as you embark on a new, exciting journey toward exploring new ways how to make our world really better. It's a very noble undertaking in our view. Your forum, the International Youth Forum Brussels Dialogue, over the years has evolved into a significant and powerful platform for the promotion of people-to-people contacts and advancing interaction and strengthening friendship between young professionals from Belgium, Russia, other European nations, and probably beyond. This year, the agenda of this forum focuses on a very important international issue, international topic, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Should be sustainable. Those goals represent a call to action for the entire international community and for each of us to ensure the protection of the planet and humanity. The goals are universal. They cover a wide range of issues that affect all people in many very different spheres, including education, healthcare, social policy, employment, climate change, environment, and many others. I would like to remind you that this year we celebrate the 60th anniversary of the first manned flight into the outer space carried out by Soviet-Russian citizen Yuri Gagarin. That flight, over the years again, has shown to us how close we are to the universe, how intimate our relation with the universe is, and how close we are to each other. It has also shown, particularly the images of the Earth from the outer space, have shown how tiny our planet is and how much effort needs to be taken to keep it safe and peaceful. I strongly believe that the achievement of at least some of the Sustainable Development Goals announced and approved by the United Nations will be an important step toward achieving that goal. This year, this forum sends an important message that despite all pandemic restrictions, we can and shall gradually restore broken channels of dialogue and communication in order to look for and find joint answers to new common challenges. Just like all of you, I think, I'm also convinced that new solutions are always possible if we show determination and courage. I strongly encourage all of you to be creative, to look into the future. I wish you an empowering and interesting session full of fruitful and exciting discussions. And on an informal note, I would like to conclude my brief remarks by saying that, honestly, I have heard that no video registration is provided here, so and productive. However, what I'm really convinced of, that you have a brilliant opportunity today to establish close personal ties among each other that will help you enormously throughout your lives as you advance your careers, as you build up your professional skills, as you participate personally in creating a better world, better universe. I wish you all the best today and all the days after. Thank you very much.
I guess I'll save time and just stand here because it might be the best thing to do. I think Mr. Kojuev has done us a big favor. He has actually covered all those areas that touch on the youth. He has also given us hope. And we are very grateful for your participation. So we are moving on straight to the next session, and it is again my pleasure to invite our next speaker. I guess.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank our amazing moderator for her efforts to pronounce my surname, but even Turkish speakers can't, so no worries. I hope you can hear me well. My apologies. Dearest Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality decided to start a major construction today. Plus, unfortunately, even though I was a part of this brilliant forum last year, I can't be there with you because even though I'm double vaccinated, I have a variant of COVID-19, unfortunately. So here we see little minor effects of COVID affecting our lives. I wish I could be there with you. I saw the amazing foresight session with everyone holding hands and the brilliant salon there with table football and everything. I'm a little jealous, but I'm happy that I can forward my message online. Without further ado, I want to quickly introduce myself and who am I standing here as. My name is İlayda Eskitaşçıoğlu. I'm a PhD researcher at Koç University in Istanbul, Turkey. I'm currently focusing on international human rights, sustainable development and human rights responsibilities of multinational corporations. Apart from being a doctoral researcher, I'm at the same time one of the 17 young leaders for the SDGs endorsed by the United Nations. And I'm very, very, very glad to be here with you today. Apart from that, I'm also the founder of a small NGO here in Turkey named We Need to Talk, which is working at the intersection of a number of sustainable development goals. We're fighting against period poverty and period stigma in the Middle East, which is about gender equality, which is about poverty, which is about access to sanitation. So I guess it really shows the intersectionality of the sustainable development goals. These are the hats that I'm with today. And I'm hoping to very briefly deliver some messages in this beautiful opening. Today, as you know, we're together to talk about how to build a sustainable future and our role as youth in this journey. I actually loved the slogan of yesterday's event, the Foresight Youth. I think it perfectly captures the spirit of the journey we're in. I will be honest though, for the Agenda 2030, we don't have much time left. We have 9 years left to achieve big goals. Plus, we had a huge setback, the global pandemic. That is, again, the reason why I can't be there with you at the moment. But with limited time and a lot to recover, I think as young people, we need to make the best out of opportunities like these, a platform which is specifically built for young people to discuss progress, achievements, gaps, challenges, and what are the next steps in the implementation of SDGs. More importantly, fellow young SDG advocates that are there in this room today, I wish I could meet you in person. But the important thing is we need to build connections, as our previous speakers have mentioned, but also we need to push decision makers not only to talk the talk, but also walk the walk. We need to be brave and straightforward. It is time we raise our voices as youth, we challenge commitment makers, and we ask more than mere good intentions. We should ask for accountability, investment, and concrete plans. Now, the road for SDGs is a multi-stakeholder process for sure, and I'm so happy that the Russian House in Belgium has truly promoted this spirit. Of course, youth will be leading without a doubt, and I'm so happy to see so many young participants, not only participating, but really building ideas and actively engaging to build a fairer, more sustainable, and a more equal future. But we also need governments, private sector, civil society, youth organizations, philanthropies together, merging their collective efforts. So we need to remind ourselves, and I kindly ask you to keep in your mind throughout today's discussion, that this road is not of a kind that we can walk alone. Based on my experiences working as a youth advocate at the United Nations level for several years now, two of the most important puzzle pieces to make Agenda 2030 a reality, I would say, is one, intergenerational solidarity, and two, meaningful youth engagement. Now, I want to recall the very famous words of Kofi Annan: "You are never too young to lead and never too old to learn." This is indeed very inspiring and encouraging, I know. But how can we do this? How to include youth perspectives at all times? Here are a couple of ideas based on my experience as a youth advocate and some good practices. First of all, I believe youth envoyship mechanisms do work well. I've had the chance to follow the work of Aya Chebi, the African Union Youth Envoy, and Jayathma Vikaramanye as the United Nations Youth Envoy that I'm currently working with. I believe youth envoys work hard. They reach out to youth, defend their interests, and they have changed the conversation so far. So we can consider setting up thematic youth envoyships in our road ahead. A second good practice that I would like to mention very briefly are the youth task forces. I was a part of one youth task force. I bet many of the participants have worked with youth task forces before. They make sure to intervene and advise and raise youth's voice in platforms like these. And our prioritized topics in this very meeting are the SDGs. So setting up youth task forces to advise in these topics, and hiring. Here I would like to underline hiring, because unfortunately young people's hard work and efforts are often uncompensated. We need to hire youth consultants, and that will make a big difference. Having said this, I have to also warn you against tokenism, which is what we often experience as young people. Youth inclusion is a serious commitment, and it is much more than inviting a young person for an inspirational speech at a fancy summit every once in a while, or sprinkling young people over a conference or a panel just to check boxes. No, it requires more. And I'm very happy to see that, for example, Russian House in Belgium is committed to do more, and we're creating true impact. It will be challenging to really include young people into your discussions, and it will require some structural changes. But in the end, you will see that they will connect you to the upcoming generation, and they will bring their energy and dynamism with them. I've heard some very wise words from Aya Chebi, the African Youth Envoy in Senegal a few years ago, which I never forgot. I shared this in previous year's International Youth Forum, and I want to remind you once again. When young people promise, young people deliver, she said. I couldn't agree more. Believe in young people and give them a chance. For intergenerational solidarity, we need to include all generations' voices. And I know the SDGs seem like a wide ocean, but honestly, I believe there can be no progress in this agenda without young voices and young people at the driving seat. We are here now, and it's time to take action. I believe this is a very important takeaway to have in the corner of your mind as you proceed with very fruitful conversations about sustainable development throughout the day. Let's youth mainstream this journey together. Once again, wishing I could be there with you in person in the beautiful city of Brussels. I thank you all, and I wish you a lovely forum experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Elaida. That was really, it was a packed conversation, a very good message from your end, and I'm sure it's gone down well. I don't think you could have done better than this, and I now see why. You are actually carrying that hat, wearing it. This one of the class 2020 class UN Young Leader for Sustainable Development. Well done. Thank you very much. We move on to Alexei Borisov, who is also going to join us online. Alexei is the first Vice President of the UN Association of Russia. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, dear moderator. For me, it is a special pleasure to welcome you from United Nations Association of Russia. And very interesting moment. I just came back from the United Nations headquarters in New York, where we were celebrating some events, but it was my win at the essay contest among the American and Russian Soviet at that time students to write a speech, a message of the Secretary General of United Nations before the Rio de Janeiro summit 1992. At that time, I was a student of the Military Space Engineering Academy in St. Petersburg, and I wrote the speech of the Secretary General of United Nations about the sustainable development. At that time, 30 years ago, it was no internet. It was not, how to say, common word, sustainable development. And that time I was 20 years old and I became a winner. And I was awarded in New York by the Secretary General of United Nations, that time, Boutros Ghali. That's why, for me, it's a special pleasure to participate at this event in Brussels because of young people gathering who are interested, who are motivated, who like to understand what is sustainable development goals means. That I was thinking about it 30 years ago. Today, in the conditions of the COVID-19 reality, the role of young people is greater than ever before. Secretary General of United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has repeatedly stated that we must empower the young people, support them, and create all opportunities to realize their potential. Young people are valuable innovators and initiators of changes, and we should encourage their participation in building a better world, promoting democratic governance and transformation. The COVID-19 pandemic has led serious socioeconomic consequences around the world. The participation of young people is extremely important in our future. It is young people who play a key role in the fight against the pandemic and the recovery process. That's why the UN Association of Russia pays great attention to youth issues and involvement of young people in achieving the sustainable development goals. The United Nations Association of Russia, that celebrates 65 years this year, supports and implement projects that allow young people to achieve the desired results. We have been also working hard to ensure that young people are heard both domestically and internationally. Here are some examples of our projects. One of our flagship projects of the United Nations Association of Russia is the Russian Regions and the UN Sustainable Development Goals program, which has been underway since 2009 with the support from the Russian Foreign Ministry and the UN Information Center in Moscow. In 2018-19, 3 regions participate in our program: Moscow, Sverdlovsk region, and the Republic of Tatarstan. All those regions are developing remarkable projects that they have presented consistent with the sustainable development logic. The regions were represented with dignity at the UN headquarters, New York, Geneva, and the meeting with the United Nations Secretary General. On the pages of the report, Russian regions and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we give a special place to young generation who seeks to help people at risk. For example, there will be volunteers on the cover of the 7th edition of the report. In the concept of a civil society consisting of active and independent citizens, volunteer activity is undoubtedly considered an important component and as a way of participation. This year, Samara region participating. Also, the UN Association of Russia has brought the idea of the, quite common knowledge of most of participants today's meeting, the idea of UN model to Russia, to Soviet Union at that time. These events allows Russian and foreign students to participate in the activity of models of different UN bodies. The main Russian model is the Moscow International Model of the United Nations, named after Vitaly Churkin. Maybe most of you are aware, our permanent ambassador to the United Nations, which annually takes place on the premises of MGIMO University in April. MGIMO University, quite most of you are aware, is a university of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tens of thousands of Russian school children and students and foreign students have taken part in the model activities to date. Moreover, on July 27, an extraordinary model United Nations was held during the pandemic, organized for first time ever around the world by the UN Russia, together with European partner, the Association for the United Nations and International Law of Spain. Despite the difficult circumstances all over the world, the UN Russia strives to maintain effective international cooperation. Implementing the Agenda 2030 requires the cooperation of all stakeholders, including non-government organizations, civil society, the private sector, academia, parliamentarians, and young people, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the UN Russia, with the support of UN Information Center in Moscow, takes the initiative to create SDG laboratories in Russia in the format of all UN Russia representative offices. Our laboratory is an analogy of the SDG lab at the UN Geneva. The SDG lab is a multi-stakeholder initiative that contributes to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This dynamic laboratory model develops individual activities of civil society, youth, governments, organizations, NGOs, strengthen their unique voices, making a space for the formation of new partnership. The lab encouraged experimentation with the new approaches, format and processes. We are also working on this project. In 2021-2022, the UN Association of Russia will continue to organize such programs as Inter-Eco Forum, the UN Model, Russian Regions and UN Sustainable Development Goals, Youth Diplomacy and Young Diplomatic Club. In conclusion, I would like to say that the work of involving young people in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development does not stop in the context of the pandemic, but continues and takes on new modern forms. Young people should not only be heard, involved in work, but also given real powers. And my example and my contacts with Secretary Generals, UN Secretariat in New York, in Geneva, shows as early you understand what the sustainable development goals means for everyone, for countries, from global level to the local level, for the persons surrounding you, neighbors, as early you understand and young people understand, and as early you will spread the information about what the United Nations is doing, what the Sustainable Development Goals means for every person, for the global future, then I can say this Brussels meeting means for us a lot. I hope that we reach many people in Europe, and Russian students and European students together, thanks to organizers, thanks to Россотрудничество, thanks to Русский Дом and our embassy that helps to make a communication between the youth, because of youth tomorrow will build up a sustainable future. I wish all participants to do productive work, and I wish success for our conference, and thanks to organizers for such an important and a great event. Thank you, dear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander Borisov. I don't think we could have asked for better. We have someone who's right inside the UN system itself. He carries a wealth of knowledge with regard to the topic that we are discussing here today, and we are most grateful for your insights. Thank you very much. We have a speaker who could not come today, Mr. Rory Newberry, a member of the Advisory Council on Youth of the Council of Europe. But we will move on to our next speaker, who will be Alexander Plakida. He's also online. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues and guests. It is a great honor to be with you. And first, let me thank all responsible and helpful who made possible this event. And we all wish we could meet in person, of course, but obstacles only prove that we all need to scale up our efforts and to get to the new normality. Today, I will tell you about Russian responsible business, as I am a board chair of the United Nations Global Compact Network in Russia. And I will tell you about the companies that are true leaders, that are facing and overcoming the global challenges, and thus making our future sustainable. And I'm happy to say that among companies, Russian companies, there are quite remarkable list of members. So companies from different sectors. And now let me start with probably a short brief United Nations Global Compact history, just for you to understand its role in transforming our world. Well, what I would say, humankind has always been seeking for a true harmony and balance with Mother Nature. So we will easily find numerous examples in history of the mankind, in ancient civilizations, but I prefer to suggest you this starting point that started 100 years ago, when in 1922, 1923, a Russian professor, Vladimir Vernadsky, delivered a series of lectures in Sorbonne. There he described the concept of biosphere, and later on, Edouard Leroy presented the concept of noosphere. It is pretty much what we are talking at the moment when we are mentioning the sustainable development. So yeah, as already been said, the Second World War drew us back, but the resurrection followed, actually quickly turned into an even greater threat. The possible end of humankind due to the continued growth and overconsumption. And then we saw the Club of Rome report Limits of Growth. You probably heard of it, search it. And then in 1987, the United Nations presented our Common Future Report that defined the sustainable development. So that development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So here we're coming to the point where the United Nations Global Compact appeared. Kofi Annan, United Nations General Secretary, made a proposition that business leaders could not refuse. So he proposed an initiative for businesses that will give a human face to the global market, with 10 principles in its basis and 17 SDGs appeared later on in 15 years. It was a set of, I may say it is a set of strategic priorities for the United Nations Global Compact and for the states. Now the United Nations Global Compact is the largest world initiative for corporate sustainability. It joins almost 19,000 companies and belonging 19,000 members, and 15,000 of those belong to the corporate sector. Okay, let's focus on sustainable development, because actually it has a number of meanings. It's a concept, it's an agenda, and at the same time, it's a model and the image of a future of humanity. So making this image a reality is a big challenge. We don't yet have the detailed plan, fully calculated, science-based or balanced, but we are developing this plan. We are developing this plan on the move. Literally, we are fixing the engine on the go. And what makes this problem even more tough is that we literally need to rethink and fix every part of our moving car. Facing this global challenge, we need all of us, the states, the corporate sector, and people, literally each person, to act together. With any of the listed participants will not take decent part, we will fail. And of course, we need a wide range of instruments and skills. My personal top is like this. First, we need partnership. Second, innovations. Leadership, of course, and responsibility. And the condition is fair play, equal conditions for all participants, and ability and eagerness to change and adapt. So, and actually, these are the characteristics that sustainable companies already have. Okay, let me now turn to the sustainable business in Russia. And let me draw a picture of Russian businesses' input, impact, and progress in sustainability. United Nations Global Compact Network in Russia turns 14 years this year, and now we have more than 80 companies. Mostly, these companies are large ones that work internationally, and actually this reflects the global United Nations Global Compact strategic priority. We need more SMEs engaged and involved in transforming and their strategies to shape the sustainable future. However, I must say that the number of responsible companies is much higher globally and of course in Russia. UNGC is truly the largest initiative, but actually it's not the only one, of course. According to the open statistics, for example, more than 200 largest companies in Russia already present the non-financial reports. It is actually the mark in science of sustainability. So now I will stop on each instrument that I just listed and present some examples. So first, partnership. Of course, business is competitive, but being competitive, we here in Russia see numerous partnerships and the ability to come to an agreement when facing the global challenge like this. I'm happy to confirm we see a growing number of the partnerships across the sectors and inside industries in Russia. Moreover, we have a brilliant set of examples when Russian businesses have partnership projects globally. The next partnership example is very important. It is government and business partnership. So the United Nations Global Compact Russia, with the 70+ companies, are the members of the Expert Council for Sustainable Development under the Russian Ministry of Economic Development. Just in a year, together, we did a huge work on developing basic and alternative scenarios due to the introduction of the carbon tax in European Union. As you may already know, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said Russia will attempt to become carbon neutral within the next 40 years. United Nations Global Compact, of course, is a part of the UN family, but still, we do have a lot of partnering with numerous United Nations agencies. And of course, Alexei Borisov is our good friend and partner, moving this agenda across the regions and across the businesses. Innovations is one of the key demands, actually, and we really need the world to be reinvented and reimagined. We have numerous examples on truly innovative business and innovations in different sectors of economics. I'm proud to say that Russian companies are still among those who bring innovative solutions for a better, sustainable world. Leadership, actually my favorite one. A true leader is not just the one, a person or company who is ahead of the curve, but the one who is ready to give support and to share experience. With the direct support of our business association, we do a systematical work on bringing, presenting, and advocating the sustainable development agenda to the SMEs and Russian Federation regions. We hold meetings, we hold forums, we hold special events. Together with the government, we do researches and work on the instruments that will make the transformation possible. And of course, I should mention the lead status. It's a special status for the United Nations Global Compact members. And there are 2 Russian companies having this status among 38 companies globally in total. Responsibility. Okay, everyone here knows that Russia is known for its mineral resources. It is true, our largest companies belong to the oil and gas, basic resources, chemical and electricity sectors. But the list of the sectors within the members of UNGC is much longer. And I'm proud to say that most of Russian companies have already made their choice and confirmed their commitments to the 10 principles of the Global Compact. They are not just transforming their technologies, but they do a huge work on all of the 3 vectors of ESG, economical, social, and governance. Well, let me guess the question you would like to ask me. Alexander, what are the examples? Please speak and tell some maybe most meaningful. My answer will be the following. Being a board chair of the United Nations Global Compact Russia, it's like being in a family. And I'm happy father of 3 kids, and it is impossible for me to choose between 3 who to speak on. And now imagine you ask me to choose between 80 plus companies and between numerous sectors. Who is my favorite one? So what I will suggest you, Russian Federation has presented its voluntary national review in 2020 during the high-level political forum in New York. It was presented by Maxim Reshetnikov, Minister of Economic Development. This is actually the best example of the partnership, responsibility, and leadership performed by Russian business. Large part of the review is made with the business support. The VNR is available on the United Nations web, and it holds a lot of cases and examples that I invite you to get through it and even read it thoroughly. The UNGC Russia holds lots of events during the largest global and Russian forums and conferences, of course. And you may, as you may guess, there are a lot of examples and cases presented there. So I would name UNGC Leaders Summit, Gaidar Forum, St. Petersburg Economic Forum. We took part in United Nations Environment Assembly in Nairobi, and etc., etc. So all videos are available, and actions, as I say, as we usually say, speak louder than words. So you may see a bright presentation and cases there. And of course, visit our web, globalcompact.ru. There you may find numerous examples, and you may choose whatever sector of economics you would like to analyze. Okay, coming to a closing part. The humanity really needs to review and rethink and reinvent the way we live in order to give the opportunity for the next generation. COVID has triggered the unglobalization. It has been already mentioned today. And one of the consequences that we see is that the whole globalization can be muted or paused. Everyone is trying to save himself with the borders closed, wide range of sanctions being used, and technologies aimed at solving global problems and United Nations are used for the opposite purposes. Today, everybody speaks on a climate issue, and everyone is looking forward to the COP26, waiting for the breakthrough news, waiting for decisions, commitments on climate issues and race to zero. But what I should say, we must not wait, we must act collectively and firmly. Action is a foundational key to all success. Despite the strong affection of COVID-19, we see the growing interest for the Sustainable Development Agenda. That actually proves this concept is no longer one of the possible scenarios, but is definitely our only future. Time flies, and very soon it is you who will take the decisions, and it is you who will act. So thank you for attention. Hope I managed to bring some positive spirit and encourage you to act. Thank you very much.
Mr. Alexander Plakida, thank you so much for your rich insights. I don't think, again, we could have asked for better. He covered all the areas that have actually been suggested by some people, just mildly, and he has also responded by telling us exactly how we need to get where we want to go. The question is, where are we now? Where do we want to go? And he has suggested three main areas and said, we have to act collectively, we have to be decisive, and so we have to walk the talk. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the first session. I think you have a lot of points that you've taken home. I don't want to wrap up fast, but I want to request you to ask or raise any questions that you may have so that our very, very enlightened and rich speakers can respond to your concerns. Thank you very much. The floor is open. Yes, over there, I think you need a mic. Please introduce yourself, tell us where you're coming from, and yes, thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for the wonderful speeches. It was very interesting. I actually have a question for Mr. Borisov. I don't know if he's still on the Zoom call or not, but nonetheless, how does the UN expect solidarity, willingness to engage by the youth when they don't pay their interns? I think that's quite a interesting fallacy, don't you think?
Thank you for the question. I can tell you that United Nations, especially these very strange times around the world, pandemic, it's not easy from one side to cooperate with in an ordinary way. And for example, our UN association was the leader among the other UN associations to organize the first ever online sessions or model UNs and such on. And for sure, we have a special representative and assistant to the Secretary General for the youth. But for sure, such a conference that we have today very important to spread the ideas, what the United Nations is doing, what the sustainable developments means. And these new forms, you see that I'm participating online, not offline with you. I'm missing these meetings for sure. And we have to raise awareness of the young people to support the high values and aims of the United Nations, and to support United Nations to to play a central role to promote sustainable development goals. And for sure, young people through the projects like Model UN, like the conference that we have today, we are promoting these ideas among the young people. But for sure, mass media and others, other players who can help us to promote the high values of the sustainable development goals, very important. So I think that one of the issue can be raised today among the participants of today's conference is to work with the mass media to explain what the United Nations, how valuable it is, and how important to invite young people to promote the sustainable development of the world. So this is my question, answer. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your response. Are you satisfied, gentleman over there?
I guess he's not totally satisfied with the answer, but I may try just to comment on this. So, United Nations, we have to separate actually, right? So we have United Nations as an important global platform where decisions have been made and where the countries can coordinate their positions, and therefore the role of the United Nations is absolutely like universal and ultimate and very important for the global development. But United Nations has a kind of, well, bottom, right? And this bottom is bureaucracy, UN bureaucracy. And I think that, well, just as any red tape in any country, so of course they are thinking more about their kind of institutional work rather than implementing of the global goals. And I think our common challenge, and the UN Secretary General also speaks a lot about this kind of internal reform within the United Nations, is how to overcome this bureaucracy, how to make the UN machine, this bottom part, work more efficiently. And obviously for that purpose, well, you don't only need to change the machine itself, which consumes a lot of money on its own, but also to change the financial input. Russia is one of the list of countries which pays its contributions to the United Nations in due time and fully. And we are proud of doing that, so because we believe it's really important that we make full contribution to the UN budget. Other countries, and we won't name them, but some of them have to pay 25%, right, of the UN budget. They don't do it properly. And therefore, the United Nations sometimes lack money for very important initiatives, including the payment for the interns, So it's all, again, should be our joint effort, both governments and NGOs, well, civil society, pushing from down up and from up down, on the UN bureaucracy to be more flexible, and also on the countries that are responsible for paying to pay in order to make the United Nations move on as an efficient instrument in the global relations.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yes,
sure.
Alexei Borisov. I mostly agree with the interaction, but I remember when I was participating at the hearings of the General Assembly on the reform of the United Nations, it was a lot of criticism about the United Nations, about this bureaucracy and non-transparency and non-efficiency. But I can tell you, United Nations is intergovernmental organization, and no one government around the world are effective, open, and transparent. So how you expect from the intergovernmental organization to be effective, transparent, if even most democratic countries and governments are effective to run their own nation? So I agree a little bit, but I'm defending the United Nations as a really central key player coordinating the efforts of the international relations and society. That's why a little bit agree, but please keep the United Nations and defend it. I'm advocate
Thank
Do
you
you
very
mind if
much.
I jump in very quickly, dear moderator?
Sure.
Just to add a few points. Thank you so much for the participant who asked this question. It's a topic that is very dear to my heart, and we're working on it right now. And thank you so much for our speakers. I definitely agree. Please do not worry. We will keep defending United Nations. United Nations is the core player, and please do not worry about that. But and I'm very happy that we have such an amazing representative like Mr. Plekida here. So not only to United Nations, but also to private sector, let's work together and end unpaid internships. Let's make it a practice of the past. I know it's not easy. I know we have budgetary problems and sometimes it's not available, but this is also important to give a chance to youth from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds. If a young person from rural Russia or from rural Turkey can't afford to have an internship at an amazing company or at the United Nations, then we won't be able to see change. We always wonder, oh, why is there only privileged white people in Geneva or New York? Well, the answer is pretty much out there. When I was a law student, I couldn't afford an internship at the International Labor Organization. The internships were unpaid at the time. So that's very important. Thank you so much, dear participant, for raising that. Let's work together. I know it won't be easy, but this practice is not very suitable to 20th century, I believe. Labor must be compensated for no matter the age of the worker, no matter the age of the intern. They put a lot of very important perspectives. So let's make that a principle and put our good intentions and work for it. I agree. If we don't pay for young people for their efforts, for their hard work, then we won't have them as allies or as the leaders. Thank you so much. I just wanted to quickly give that.
Thank you, Ileida. And I'll have to say thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much. Due to the pressure of time, there's a gentleman with an urgent question. So I guess I will just ask you to be very brief. Oh, yeah. we have two more questions and we need to move to the second session. May I make a request, please? If you don't mind, gentlemen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just a minute.
My name is Vav Zinchenko. I wanted to ask a very brief question. Is Russia really committed to SDGs? Because as we can see, Russia does violate at least two of those, 13, climate action, and 16, peace, justice and strong institutions. 13, the building of Nord Stream 2, which will have a direct impact on climate, as well as imposition of energy dependence on the countries of Eastern region, as well as legal annexation of Crimea, which goes into 16. Beginning of war with Ukraine, leading to the ongoing Russo-Ukrainian war, illegal persecution of indigenous peoples of Ukraine, Crimean Tatars, and other ongoing conflicts that are waged by Russian Federation and its imperial aspirations. To repeat myself, is Russia really committed to SDGs and will it take responsibility over the incredibly dangerous actions questioning our future? Thank you very much.
These questions will be answered together because we have to catch up with time. So let's listen to the gentleman. Use my mic. Come on. It's okay.
I had a question for Ileida regarding my name is Andy Vermout, regarding the Sustainable Development Goals and regarding the European Union and the Sustainable Development Goals. We are talking also with the European Union. We are making trade deals with Canada, for example, and with this trade deal, we are importing 16 times more meat from Canada to the European Union. So we are talking about sustainable development goals, and meantime we are making new trade deals with other parts of the world and fighting this sustainability, because our farmers have a lot of problems because of this new trade deals where they don't act, they don't walk and talk at the same time. So what can be done about that? Because European Union is always the first one to talk about other countries in the world, but making these new deals is against all the SDGs principles. So I want to ask, what is your position on that? Because it's a difficult question.
I would like to request Elida to come back to us after this session. Is that okay, Elida? We note the question and then we come back to you. Is that okay?
Unfortunately, due to my COVID case, I need to be at the clinic for the second session, but I can answer in a minute.
Oh, all right then.
To Mr. Vermut. I'm very sorry once again. Mr. Vermut, that is a brilliant question and indeed very, very difficult to answer. I think international trade has to go on. We can't stop the trade deals, but we can we can transform the context of the trade deals. I'm working on business and human rights as a young lawyer. And if we can see real commitment for multinational corporations on including reporting, impact assessment, and legal accountability for sustainability in those trade dealings, which are not there at the moment. Unfortunately, some trade deals see sustainability only as colorful reports and not more. Colorful sustainability reports and corporate social responsibility projects, and that's it. No, it's much more further than that. I think what we can do at this point is to push for including clauses about legal accountability for sustainable development and environmental impact in bilateral trade agreements at this point. That is one thing that we can push for. Unfortunately, I can happily get in touch with you and discuss further, but that's something we need to do.
Thank you very much, Elida. So thank you very much, panelists, once again, and let's move on to the next session. I hope you're happy, gentlemen. Are you okay? Comme ça? It's okay. You'll be fine by the end of the session. So we move on to the environment and continuity and community. I'll call upon our next expert from Russia, Mr. Artem Mechelev. Mr. Artem Mechelev, he's online. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome.
Maybe just to finish up, right, so we're waiting for Artem to connect, just to finish up the question about Russia's involvement in the implementation of SDG. Just as I said in my welcome speech, Russia is paying a lot of attention now these days, unlike, let's say, 5 years ago, in the implementation of the SDGs in all 17 aspects. This is integrated into the Russian national policy, so we're doing our best to somehow do our homework on the Russian territory to make sure that the SDGs are being implemented. If we look at the Russian, for instance, energy balance, and you mentioned the climate change and our input into the climate change, you will see that the Russian energy balance is 30% hydropower, the power which is produced by the hydropower stations, because we have a lot of rivers and the largest reserves of fresh water, and about 15-20% belongs to the nuclear energy. So less than a half is mainly the carbon things. Much of which is not coal and oil, but gas, which is supposed to be kind of purer, source of energy than carbon and oil. And actually, as President recently said, we will move to reduce our carbon footprint by 2050, and we will have a kind of, a very strict policy towards energy transition, towards safer sources of energy. We are participating actively in the protection of the rights of indigenous people, because Russia has a huge number of indigenous people on its territory, and actually we know that the next 10 years will be the UN decade for the protection of indigenous people. So in Russia, their rights are fully protected, and they have the right to have their school classes, to print newspapers in their languages, and a lot of done to conserve to preserve their cultural heritage. So this is also the issue that is in particular focus of the government. So therefore, I mean, the input of the Russian Federation towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals is quite high nowadays. So it's of high importance for the government, as I said, like not like 5 years ago. So now the situation has really changed.
Thank you very much, Dmitry, for stepping in. I now want to welcome Mr. Artem Mechilev, Chairman of the Association of Volunteer Centers Mission in Dubrovnik. Is that correct? Welcome, sir.
Коллеги, всем добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm happy to be here to take part in this event. Though online, I will speak Russian, and I ask to translate what I'm going to say. I will try to be as brief as possible, but at the same moment, I will practically have a practical approach. We know that achievement of SDGs, of 17 of them, is possible only through the partnership. It was mentioned a number of times. Governmental volunteers, private sector authorities cannot achieve the goals without involving the society. And in our country, over the last 10 years, the volunteering movement is developing very dynamically. In 2013, Russians who took part in volunteering activities were only 3%, and now it's 18 to 19% of the population, millions, almost 24 million people. We managed to create a huge step towards development of civil society, allowing to open the spheres which were closed for volunteers, like, for example, healthcare, cultural heritage facilities. There is no translation. Is there translation? Colleagues, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Хорошо, ладно, просто...
Okay. In chat, somebody says there is no translation.
That's a good one.
Opening such spheres as cultural heritage, education. Today, volunteers organizations have all the spheres of public life, and they support our government in achievement of SDGs in areas of helping people, supporting people, protection of environment, availability of education in rural areas. In settlements. And now, since we are at the international event, I would like to tell you about initiatives which are very important to my point of view. Number one is Dobro, the kindness which we implement together with Dmitry Polikanov, with Россотрудничество, and Dmitry Polikanov is representing this agency at the Brussels dialogue here. We understand that in many countries of the world, different crisis situations take place, and the Russian Federation often responds with support measures to the neighbors, and not only neighbors, sending firefighters and humanitarian aid. We did that during the coronavirus pandemic. It was the same 15 years ago, and it was like that always. And now we support our neighbors and countries where the local societies require volunteers support, and not only the government is engaged in that, but also volunteering organizations. We form teams of volunteers, trained volunteers who go to other countries and stay there for months. For example, Armenia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and other states which are members of the CIS are already our partners. And the characteristics of the aid can be different. For example, now we are forming a team of volunteers who help families with children with disabilities, and they work in special centers. They have special knowledge and special experience. They will come for months to teach the personnel inclusive practices, and volunteers who can organize preventive events in the rural areas. I mean, events aimed at wholesome lifestyle, health, preserving in settlements. Some villages do not have doctors, and these programs are launched. This year we have 4 programs, and the next year we're going to expand it. And there is such a possibility to come to Russia for foreigners to become volunteer. We call it trip with a meaning.
And that is a world trend, to take a trip to another country, to travel, and at the same time to be useful. Our country is very beautiful. Far East, Kamchatka, Siberia, Northern Caucasus, Kaliningrad, a big number of different territories, which could be unforgettable experience for foreign citizens, and at the same time people who would come to Russia as volunteers would be able to teach a lot and also bring some use, to leave some trace in the history of the village or town where they will be. And this opportunity we would like to offer today to all the participants of today's event. Come to Russia and be a volunteer. And the second initiative that I would like to tell you about is International Award. We are together, which we implement starting from this year. And this year, on 5th of December, and International Day of Volunteer in Moscow, in the Russian Federation, will award International Award to citizens and foreign and Russian citizens who gave the biggest input into solution of global problem. Today, global problem, as we all understand, is COVID-19, which takes thousands of lives every day, and we believe that big number of people in our country as well as in other countries deserve being told thank you at the world level, and would be supported and get this award. Not only beautiful words, but financial support as well. And our award was supported by a colleague of UNESCO, International Organization of UN, and also other organizations who deal with volunteering efforts. And we would like to invite all of you who is willing to participate in international forum, which will take place on 2nd and 5th December in Moscow, and we plan to announce award for the next year if you implement some social projects in the area of education, culture, medicine in your countries, and help to fight COVID-19, then we will be happy to get applications from you. So as it has been mentioned today, in our country, trend for sustainable development for many years, for the last 3 or 4 years to be exact, is getting more and more popular, and the volunteering movement is also active player of this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mechilev will take you up on that offer. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your kind words. And now we move on to our next speaker, our UN expert, Dorothea Priskin, who is right here with us. Welcome, Dorothea.
Thank you. Is it working? Yes. Okay, may I go there? Thank you. I brought a few slides. I don't know if it's possible to show them. They're on. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So yes, I'm Dorothea Priskin. I am at the UN Environment Program as a Youth and Education Officer. And I will speak to you today first a little bit about volunteering, and then about the work of UNEP, the UN Environment Program, and what we do with young people and how we seek to support them. So I wanted to start with just a number, which is 1 billion people are volunteering globally. Most of them are working on social, economic, and environmental problems. So the potential for change is really huge. Can we go to the first slide, please? Thank you. Indeed, so volunteering is something really wide. As you know, it can be in person, online, it can be irregular, it can be just a few times, it can be to help other people, to develop your skills, it can be also both. And volunteering contributes both to the overarching goals of the 2030 agenda and also to all the SDGs, actually. Could we go to the next slide? Thanks. And so as I was preparing this presentation, I reflected a little bit about my own path as a volunteer, since I worked as a volunteer. I started in my home country, in Hungary, doing translation because I was studying languages. And then I was in Ecuador. I volunteered in a prison with children. Then also in Azerbaijan, I participated in a Youth in Action program, volunteering with disabled people. Then I did volunteering in France, and now I'm a UNV, a UN volunteer, actually, at the UN Environment Program. And so I realized that by doing all these different volunteering experiences, I have contributed to the 2030 agenda and all the SDGs. So as you see, volunteering strengthens communities. It is something that contributes to the principle of leaving no one behind, since with volunteering you can reach remote communities, people who live in remote areas, who are marginalized maybe by the society. Volunteering is inclusiveness. You can reach all segments of the society, and everybody from the society can contribute as well. It also contributes to the multi-stakeholder partnership, because it brings together expertise of different people. Volunteers are working with different stakeholders. And it also contributes to all the SDGs. Let me give you some practical examples. Just SDG number 1, ending poverty. Volunteers are working, doing campaigns to raise support for organizations who are working to eradicate poverty. SDG number 2, ending hunger. Volunteers are working in public kitchens, providing food to people in need. SDG number 4, quality education. Volunteers are doing free tutoring, providing people with skills, also campaigning for fair and quality education. Or, for example, the SDGs on climate and on land. Volunteers are planting trees, campaigning for stronger policies and laws around the climate. And this brings me to the work of United Nations Environment Program. Could we change slides, please? So probably many of you know already that a healthy environment plays a key role in meeting many of the 17 SDGs. And for UNEP, we need to tackle a triple planetary crisis, because we are facing actually not one but 3 crises: pollution, nature crisis, and climate crisis. These are also the 3 pillars of the new strategy for UNEP, and so we are working towards tackling all of them. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration is a locomotive to achieve the SDGs. It is a call for the next decade to come to restore degrading ecosystems by 2030. And of course, young people play a key role both in the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration and in the SDGs. As we already heard, young people are the ones who are the future. They are also the ones who will change the economy to a more green and circular economy. Young people can bring their skills, their sustainability skills. They can green the workforce, and they will be the ones changing the economy of the future. But for this, I wanted to highlight something very important, which is education. Because for young people to have those skills, they have to be equipped with them in the education systems. And young people, they must be equipped with these skills, and they also want to be equipped. So just to quote a survey, the SOS International organization who did a survey, 92% of young people answered that sustainable development is something that must be included and promoted by all courses at universities and colleges. And young people are also the most affected one. They are frightened about the future. Another global survey, very recent one, indicated that 3/4 of young people think that the future is frightening, and 2/3 are feeling sad, afraid, and even anxious about the future. So indeed, we need to do something about it. We need to teach sustainability at schools. Young people need to have the skills for this, because they will be the ones changing the future, the economy, and changing the job market. And at UNEP, we are seeking to do this, to support young people in them, and we provide some programs around that. Could we go to the next slide, please? So these are just a few examples on what we are working, and I'm in this team as an education and youth officer. So first of all, we are seeking to educate and inform young people around the issues of the environment through programs such as the GS6 for Youth report, which is a report written by young people for young people to understand the issues on the environment and how you can act. The Earth School videos, which is a video series to learn about different issues on the environment. We are working to change behaviors at universities, to implement green persuasions at the campus with the Little Book of Green Nudges project. We are working to decarbonize campuses with the Race to Zero campaign. And we also work on curriculum change, government engagement, and also a lot on non-formal education, because education is not only what we learn at school, it's also what we learn outside of school, during sports activities, during working in different organizations, but also by playing video games. So we are working with video gaming industries to explore how they can leverage the potential of the sector to teach and inspire young people to act for the environment. We also work with the sports sector, with the youth partners such as the Scouts, to fight against the plastic pollutions. So these are some of the examples. We also work with the community, how to engage community, and based on the science, how to help them do individual actions to reduce the carbon emissions and also to live a more sustainable lifestyle. And just to finish with the last slide, please. I wanted to highlight that every action counts and everybody can join us in our work towards the SDGs and towards the environment. So just a few examples on what you can do, but there are much more. You can apply to be a UN volunteer. You can look up the platform. And I wanted just to flag here for if there are some Russian nationals in the room or listening to us, that Russia is one of the underrepresented nations at the United Nations Environment Programme Secretariat. So applications from Russian nationals are very welcome for the UNEP. Another thing you can do is to look up UNEP's offer for education and youth. So some of the programs I have just mentioned, it's available on our website, and you can get involved. You can implement in your community, you can contact us, and you can make a change in your own community for the environment. You can also join the Generation Restoration Movement, which is the movement of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. You can make a pledge, you can play a game, you can discover our resources and learn about the environment to join this big movement. And finally, also just look around yourself in your community, look up organizations, NGOs who are working on topics that matter to you, offer your help, just look at the people who need help around you, and and look how you can help and what you can do for the SDGs in your own community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dorothea. I'll call upon now Lena Wiesner, Program Manager for Youth Policy and Programs. She's in charge of Erasmus Youth and European Solidarity Corps at the European Commission. Welcome, Lena.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for giving me this occasion to talk here at this important moment and about all these important topics. I prepared some PowerPoints, so I'm going to try to put my PowerPoints in front of me. This is not sustainable. You will excuse me another minute. I know that we are all in a hurry because time is. But I cannot unfortunately stay for the afternoon because I have 3 little Tommies at home also complaining. Thank you. This is taking too long. So I think I will take my distance and I will speak from over there so that I can see the PowerPoints at the same time, if you don't mind. Okay. So I would like to talk to you today. I work, as I said, for the European Commission, the DG Education and Culture, and more concretely for the Unit of Youth, in which we deal with both 2 programs, the European Solidarity Corps and the Erasmus Plus program, but only as far as youth is concerned. Since the subject for today was volunteering, I tried to pick the European Solidarity Corps, which is the only one that for the moment has volunteering. We had volunteering in the past also in the Erasmus Plus program. Sorry to turn my back, but I don't have another choice. But we transferred all the volunteering actions to the European Solidarity Corps. And as I said, since time is pressing a little bit, I give you general lines about what this program is and what are the actions in which Russia can participate and other partner countries. And I would kindly ask you to keep your questions so that you can go for lunch. And if you have some, I present my address email at the end of the PowerPoint. You can always come to me and ask for whatever you want. So second one, please. Okay, so just we are going to what is the policy context, which actions are supported, and quality and support measures and partner countries, for example, Russia. Next one, please. So just to give a brief idea, this program was launched in December 2016. As you see, it is quite new. And it was renewed, let's say, in 2018 with an operating budget of 3,075.6 million for 2018-20. Now it will be renewed with a bigger budget, as you can see there, for the period 21-27. So it will give the opportunities, a program addressed at volunteering. So it is a change of mentality that we are trying to bring into young people, because most of the actions are open to people between 18 and 30, to make some societal developments on a, I wouldn't say charitative basis, because this word is, for me at least, kind of humiliating, but on a solidarity basis. That is an aspect that is slightly missing in our societies for nowadays. So address societal and humanitarian challenges to volunteering, or by setting their own solidarity programs. Please. Okay, just very briefly, of course, this program comes in line with the policy priorities of the European Commission and European Union for all programs, including Erasmus+, which is engage, connect, empower. Well, this sounds a bit like words which are meaningless, but it's not exactly that. Engage is try to commit young people to do something, so don't leave them alone and not knowing what to do, thinking that they might be useless. The point is to connect people, to make them engage and commit to be, sorry, it's too loud? Oh, sorry. So to connect them to the problems that exist and to empower them, because if they have no power, they will not be able to do anything. So we have to find strategies, sometimes even without many financial resources, but which give them the opportunity to make some changes in the world without ruining our budget, which is, as you know, quite limited. Okay, next one, please. Now, we have here a quantity of actions that exist in the framework of the European Solidarity Corps. Unfortunately, not all of them are open to partner countries. We have volunteering projects, which are individual volunteering or volunteering teams. You can see the details underneath, or volunteering teams in high priority areas. The difference between both the volunteering teams in high priority areas is first that one is new, that's already something. And second, it has a larger dimension. So it is an action that supports volunteering at large scale in a situation that it is of a larger ampleur, how do you say that? Solidarity projects could be very interesting, but I'm not going to waste many time of them because until now they are not open to the participation of partner countries. They are open only to the EU countries and to the countries that are also associated to the program. Next one, please. So volunteering, which is certainly the most important for a partner country like Russia and all the other partner countries, allows young people to participate in the daily work of organizations for 12 months. In case for people with fewer opportunities already as of 2 weeks, because it's one of the purposes that we have is also to be inclusive abroad or in their own country of residence. As for volunteering teams, that's already bigger, is for groups of 10 to 40 people from at least 2 different countries volunteering for a shorter period of weeks, 2 weeks to 2 months. So as you see, it is not much, but it is something that allows you to do a bit. And it has the advantage that the participants have accommodation, food and travel costs covered. I mean, I don't want to really talk long, but I have 3 children, as I mentioned before, and one of them did already twice volunteering, once in Tanzania and another time in Costa Rica, and I had to pay a little fortune for the organizations that were organized in the volunteering. So that is also one of our purposes, is that you can do it without ruining yourself and your parents, and you do it in a good will, in a good faith, and you have all your needs covered. So that's also one of the ideas that we had with volunteering. Next one, please. Solidarity projects, due to the scarcity of time, I'm not going to concentrate on them because they are not yet open to partner countries. They might be one day, but anyway, I suppose that you will receive the PowerPoints and you can read and eventually write me if you have some more questions. So next one, please. Okay, the volunteering teams in high priority areas, they are new. It's a group of minimum 5 participants that volunteer together for a period between 2 weeks and 2 months. The composition of the team should be international. That is also one of the priorities of the European Commission, is that we create a community not of common values, because of course common values are not reached anywhere, but with values in which we can understand each other and cooperate with each other. And we fight all the time for that, for creating a community of understanding in which we can have a better access and understanding of each other's culture. Of course, without merging cultures. We are sometimes accused of that, of wanting to make a soup of cultures where nobody recognizes itself anymore. It's not the case. We just want to find a common ground in which we can cooperate pleasantly and peacefully. So the composition of the team in that sense also should be international. In volunteering teams, in this case, the volunteers carry out tasks for a project over a short period of time. usually, but not exclusively during holidays, breaks between study periods. It's very useful also to valorize their time and their CV, so it's not only good for the society, but also for themselves, one has to say the truth. And the examples, you have some there: organizing information campaigns, providing critical community services to the most vulnerable population. Very simple things like go to the place of an old lady and help her to do the shopping, or helping children. I mean, one of the times that my daughter went to Costa Rica was precisely to work with orphan children, so to help them a bit. So very simple things, but that can give a small contribute to the society. And if we all give a small contribute to the society, it becomes easily a big contribute. So the next one, please. So this one is open to partner countries. We have a new action. This one is brand new. It didn't exist before, not even dispersed about in other parts of the program, which is humanitarian aid. That one, if you allow me the word, we stole from the DG ECHO, because it was a bit ashval between one DG and the other. And what we intend is to provide emergency aid to countries in which there were catastrophes. This action is a bit more demanding and requires people with more than 35 years, because it requires a bit more maturity and sometimes the capacity to things that younger people are not necessarily prepared to deal with. For the moment, it is not open to third countries either, but third countries can benefit from this. So it is still useful to know about that. It is foreseen already in the legal basis, and the call for proposals will be, I suppose, around November, so very soon, but the action itself will take place only next year. Please. Okay, now I try to give a bit of an idea of geographical scope. So the volunteering activities that are open to program countries, and partner countries, I forgot. I put it there. Partner countries neighboring the EU can also participate in volunteering activities, but cannot participate as. So I describe all the countries that can participate. These are the program countries, so you see, and then please, most important, partner countries in this case. If you don't mind, next PowerPoint, please. So the partner countries neighboring the EU that can participate in all volunteering actions that I mentioned, and also in other actions that are not pertinent in this context, are what you see. So the Russian Federation is very welcome to participate in these programs too, as well as the other partner countries neighboring the EU that you see described over there. Next one, please. This has lots of details. If you want to know how to apply, I must say that it is not easy because, well, we made it much easier, I must say, and that is not only to compliment my only institution, because in the past we had a few pages, but now we made a bigger guide for applicants, but in which it is really plain language and easy to understand. So if you want to apply, you go at this link and you see exactly what is the action that you want and the steps that you have to follow. I'm sure that you'll find everything. And I'm getting a bit nervous because I feel the pressure of time. Next one, please. And that's the end. So if after this conversation, or if you want to have some doubts on to whom ask questions, or if you want more details about the things that, for reasons of time, I didn't have the time to explain now, please do not hesitate to contact me at any moment at this address. I assure you that we will have an answer. It will not be archived. I'll be there. I'm there for that.
Thank you very much, Leona. That was, I'm sorry we rushed you, but...
No, I understand perfectly.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry that I cannot stay for the afternoon.
No, it would have been lovely to have you. There's an invitation to lunch, I'm informed. So we are going to take a break now, a much needed break, I believe. But if you want to get a copy of Leona's presentation, I'm sure this... Yes, it will be accessible. We'll discuss that later after the lunch break. So, shall I pass this one on? Or for the...
So, dear participants, now we go for lunch, please. We should go upstairs. We have not so much time. We have just 30 minutes for lunch. Please be ready to eat fast. Sorry for pushing you.
So welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break. Now it's time to move on to what we left in our previous session. So we are going to start with Leila Badalova, head of the Center for International Projects Association of Volunteer Centers. She's online. Oh, okay. I'm told that she'll join us a little bit later. So for now, we go to Kaloum. Am I pronouncing it right? Khartoum. Welcome, Khartoum.
Does it work? Yes, perfect. Look, can I have a presentation? Okay, I'm gonna disturb all of you, sorry. Excuse me, Francisco. Okay, so we had very nice presentations before about the UN and Sustainable Development Goals, and now I'm going to actually present concrete action that we have here in Brussels, and everyone can join, obviously. It's going to be a very short presentation because we just had lunch, so I think everyone is a bit out. But so, yeah. So my name is Khartoum Nebou. I am the president of Comité Diplomatique, which is a non-profit organization. We are based here in Brussels, but we just opened branches in there's a black line under, but normally it's written Montreal, Paris, Johannesburg, and Paris. And today, I focus this presentation on how us, the Comité Diplomatique, can help tackle issues and actually try to, conform to Sustainable Development Goals. So next slide, please. Yes, this is, yeah. So our goals, the Comité Diplomatique is composed of students and young professionals, also diplomats, and our goals are to actually democratize diplomacy, because for us, this is through actually putting people from all over the world in international relations, from to actually, help to bring a better understanding on the international scene, understand better the international relations, the relations between countries. It could be bilateral or multilateral. So this is the first goal. The second one is bringing more women towards diplomacy, because we actually came to a very bad conclusion, is that we are not well represented in ministries of foreign affairs in all over the world, actually. So as a little example, in Belgium, we only have 11% of women in our Ministry of Foreign Affairs who actually have a high-level function, and 27 for everyone, so including not diplomats but locals working in embassies. So this is what we work on. We're actually trying to have a lot of women in our team. So actually, most of the people here who's behind are member of our organization, and you can see that there's a lot of women. So we're actually quite doing this well, I think. We're also trying to forge an expertise in international relations amongst youth, because we think that it is you have to start learning and trying to do diplomatic exercise from the early age of, let's say, 18, when you enter university, that you will actually, this way you will be actually ready enough, let's say when you're 23 or 24 or something, to understand an issue and help tackle it. So we actually launched seminars, conferences, everything that is linked to international relations. We had events with, could be our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we had with South Korea, we had with a lot of countries, with Russia today and the Russian House, and we have no boundaries, meaning about the countries. We are apolitical, we are neutral, and we are just here to understand and help other people understand too. And this really helps us to actually tackle, let's say, you have the fifth Sustainable Development Goal about gender equalities, you have the 10th about inequalities in the world, and you also have, for example, I think the 14th or the 16th about fair institutions. And we really want to have fair institutions with representation from everywhere. We want to have, fairness in the world. So this is the third goal. And then you have the fourth one, which is actually creating an international network with members from all over the world, diplomats from all over the world, because let's take an example. Like we have Damaris right in front of me here. Let's say if Damaris now meets with our members in Johannesburg and Damaris becomes a diplomat in 10 years and she's gonna maybe be totally different from her friend from Johannesburg that she made 10 years ago. But then maybe they're gonna be able to actually sit at a table and talk because they met 10 years ago and they're gonna be able to talk about maybe a problem that would happen in South Africa at this moment. So our goal here is to really much create this international platform and, help tackle all of these issues. Next slide, please. Okay, so I said that my presentation would be very short. So then we will focus a bit on our team. Next slide, please. We are actually in the executive team, we are 28 with only 5 board members who are actually dealing with everything, launching all these initiatives and everything. And then, next slide, please. We have 23 people working in many departments, could be events, communication, administration, business relations, and redaction. So, and we are really much looking for partnerships with everyone, with any institution, because everything is a good thing to learn. So do not hesitate to contact us if you're interested. Next slide, please. Yes, and we actually have a huge community of more than 100 people following us every day, or like not following us, but coming to our events and who are really interested in diplomacy from all over the world, from all the countries. And I think this really helps with tackling, this is a concrete action of how we can actually tackle these issues. So, for example, last July, we organized a masterclass where a lot of people here attended, and also the Russian House. And it was very nice because we had, for example, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sophie Wilmès, was there and she was just talking to young people and trying to, give them the envy to enter international relations and to have an actual impact on the world. And it was a very nice event, if I can say it, and it was really fulfilling. So it was very nice to see so many young people trying to understand what was happening, and you had people talking about problems, it could be in Rwanda, in Ukraine, in Angola, or like in the United States of America, and we were talking about everything on a table with lunch, and it was very nice. So this is diplomacy at a very little scale, but it was very nice. Anyway, so next slide, please, and I'm almost finished. This is our contact if anybody wants to either join us or if other institutions are interested. We are very much trying to tackle all of these issues. So if you have any ideas, do not hesitate. I think this earlier there is a guy who asked the UN UN men, why are the internships at the United Nations not paid? It was a very good question, and this is exactly what we are actually against, like not paying the interns. And what we are trying to do with the committee is to give you the opportunity to have this kind of experience that you could get at an internship at the United Nations, but here with the committee, it is all free, it is all good, and the whole point is to bring a lot of people. So voila, this is the end of my presentation. The whole point was to explain what it was, and if you have any ideas, we can also debate about how we can include more youth into diplomacy, and also how can diplomacy, youth diplomacy bring a lot of changes in the world and help tackle issues from, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you all, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Khartoum Nebu, President of the NGO Committee Diplomatic. Very insightful presentation. And now, the floor is open for questions. For those of you who had something to say earlier on, we are carrying on the session that was there earlier today, just before we took the lunch break. So we have, we had a question. Lev, you had a question for Leila?
He left? He's probably at the back. Okay, he had a question earlier, but we didn't take it because it was too short.
Any questions related to the earlier session? If there are no questions, then I will introduce our next moderator. We are pleased to have with amongst us Mr. Francesco Sismondi, Executive Director of the European Democrat Students. Welcome, Francesco.
Hello, I am Francesco Sismondini. I'm very pleased to be here, and I want to thank Luciana and the Russian House for the invitation. This is the second time that I have the opportunity to attend the Brussels Dialogue. The first time was in 2019, and at that time I was an expert. Now I'm the moderator, and I prefer this role rather than the other, because the moderator has to listen to what he said and to what he is teach during those sessions. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So let me briefly introduce myself. I'm the Executive Director of European Democrat Students. EDS is the students' organization of the European People's Party, is the biggest political students' organization in Europe. I'm currently living between Brussels and Paris, where I'm working in the consultancy field. And I am Italian. I think you can notice it from my accent. Sorry if I will gesticulate a bit too much during the introduction of the panel. By the way, Luciana told me that unfortunately some of our members has the opportunity to join us online. So I will introduce the first of our speakers, Mr. Konstantin Kolpakov, the chairman of the Council of Young Diplomats of Russia. Thank you very much. Is he online?
Francesca, yes, hello. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So first of all, dear colleagues, I would like to greet you at such important event as Brussels Dialogue. So my colleagues from Brussels, my colleagues from the Russian Federation, they invented a very good platform where we can exchange our opinions, where we can actually share our ideas, and doesn't matter which country we are from. So thank you so much, and my congratulations to you, Francesca, because you told that recently you actually last time you was an expert. Right now you are a moderator. It is a special position, so it's very, very important. So if we speak about environment and community, if we speak about green technology and green industry, right now this issue is very important. Recently, actually, what I would like to add also to tell a little bit about our Council of Young Diplomats, which I'm representing. So the Council of Young Diplomats is an organization inside Russian Foreign Ministry, which unites a lot of young professionals in our institute, and also we started to work very active with our friends and partners from all over the world in 2014, and then through 6 years already we are organizing different platforms and forums and discuss very interesting international relations issues. And recently, this October 13th to October 15th, we had a global forum of young diplomats, which was devoted to the great victory in the Second World War and to the anniversary of the creation of the United Nations. Actually, we plan to make this forum a year ago in 2020, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we postponed it and held only this year. And one of the issues, of course, was the sustainable development and the sustainable development goals and the green community and the input which young diplomats could make. So we had almost 100 representatives from 60 countries. We came to the conclusion that right now every responsible country has its or her own actually strategy towards sustainable development goals, and actually to lower the carbon emission. As you know, the Russian Federation also has its own goals regarding the sustainable development and regarding the lowering the carbon emissions. And by the way, before the Paris conference and before we introduced our strategy, which covers the period up till 2060, we also introduced the report which the Russian Federation issues every year starting from last year, if I'm not mistaken, regarding the sustainable development goals and carbon emissions as well. So what I would like to say for us, for youth involved in professional work, in professional international work, we all feel our responsibility for those decisions that are being made regarding our economics. The pandemic crisis showed very sharp that the industry and the economics actually depend very strong on classic energy resources such as oil, such as gas, such as actually oil, gas, and not sun energy and not wind energy and actually yes, and hydro energy as well. So we need to implement model which could actually quite fast but very sensible move us to the green energy, and we implement our own strategy. And the main position here that having such strategies in blocks, having such strategies in each country, we need to move together. So we do not need to try to compete in these strategies. So we need to unite. And recently, in Russia, we have introduced an idea that we can introduce such strategy, for example, in economic integrational blocks, such as Eurasian Economic Commission, such as BRICS and so on and so forth. So that is the way we could move forward. And the same is with Europe. I believe that we all need to think about how we could together lower emissions, and what is the input of youth or input of professional youth in this work. And we, from our side, from the side of Council of Young Diplomats, of course, we will continue to discuss these issues. And after our discussions, usually we have a memorandum or final document, which we informal final document, which we usually send to our ministries, and which we hope will help them to make the right decisions. So just briefly, and I'm ready to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kollhoff. Thank you very much. And it's very interesting your point of view because, of course, diplomacy plays a crucial role in the future of sustainability. And it's interesting that you, as the chairman of the Council of Young Diplomats, are delivering this speech because diplomacy and young diplomacy overall will be the main character, the main protagonist of the process that we are facing all together. So we started discussing the first very interesting topics of this panel. The title of this panel is Environment and Community is Our Common Responsibility. And we are here to understand that sustainability is a value that go behind the borders, behind political ideas. And that's why it's diplomacy that plays a crucial role. Sometimes we see newspapers, medias, etc., a political point of view, but it's crucial to understand that those kind of topics, those kind of ideas go behind politics. Thank you very much. I will introduce now Ms. Sisi Zhang, that is an academic assistant of the College of Europe, that will give us an academic point of view related to these topics. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang.
Can I have the slides, please? Okay, thanks for the invitation. And also thanks for coming on a Saturday. This is how we make a difference. Basically, I will focus, since I'm academics, so I will focus maybe from a point of view from academia. Today, I will discuss, put the sustainable under the spotlight, see the sustainability, what I can see is whether it's the same or different from what you can see. Next slide, please. So first, let's start from a Q&A. This definitely is different from the very beginning. Usually you have the Q&A at the end of the presentation, but today I will start from a Q&A. The next one, then I will discuss sustainability, its implication, and also the impact. Next slides, please. Okay. Can we go back to the previous slides, please? Sorry.
We are solving some technical problems.
Okay, sorry for this. Okay, let's start from the first question where they are preparing. So first question is, if I mention sustainable or sustainability, what is your first reflection? Yes, please.
Hollow.
Sorry?
Hollow.
Hollow.
Yeah.
What do you mean hollow?
I think the word sustainable is what the sheep is, like where it's simply marketing. So everything nowadays is sustainable, even though it's not sustainable. So, for example, BP, you say they're sustainable. I think that's quite ironic.
Very interesting. Anyone else? Yes, please. Okay, perfect. Next one. Can anyone? Yes, please.
Еще вопрос.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in order for some policies to be sustainable, you have to put the money, because without the money, you don't have sustainable actions. And so I think we need to not put too much subsidies on oil and gas industry and put more on clean energy. So we need to make that transition, especially during this decade.
Yes, I will come.
Yeah, sustainable means for me taking into account the limits of our planet, about the limit resources, taking that into account, that's real sustainability for me.
Okay, perfect. Next one.
Yeah, I think about the European Green Deal in particular and the efforts that are being carried out by the European Union towards reducing emissions, etc., so creating a more sustainable world.
Okay, I'm glad that my experiment so far is successful. Could we go to next slides, please? Next slide. Next one. I think most of the word today I will say would be next. Next, please. So this is also the question I asked my colleagues and friends. Previous one, please. So those are also the words you mentioned here. Long term, like one of you mentioned, climate change, environment, green and clean air, nature, ecology, and also, like the gentleman mentioned, recycle or renew resources. What actually I want? I will leave the puzzle here. Let's go to the next question. Next slides, please. Next. Okay, so these 17 Sustainable Development Goals were almost very much familiar. Now, my next question would be, zooming into the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which one or which ones you think they put human beings at the center of the goal?
I was thinking about the point 3 and the point 5 because without health, a system cannot work. We need people with good health and energy to have a production, and gender equality as well, because with discrimination and we can't have an equal society. Any sustainable society needs gender equality.
Any other goals?
I think it's all of them, because it's actually like everyone, us people, that have to take action in order to be able to achieve all of those goals. So I think all of them are focused on humans, like before anything else, because it's us who have to act in order to change that.
Okay, then I should have probably modified my question directly with human beings, not indirectly. So actually, if we look at those 17 goals, at least from 1 to 5, goal 8, 10, and 16, 17, at least those goals are put human being directly at the center of the goals. And the next slides, please. Next. Next, please. Actually, then let's see together what the UN says. Next, please. So what are the Sustainable Development Goals? This is a screenshot I took directly from the UNDP website. Actually, if we play words here, then we can see action to end poverty, ensure all people enjoy peace and prosperity, balance social, economic, environmental sustainability, designed to end poverty, hunger, AIDS, discrimination against women and girls. All those actually, next slides, please. Next. Next, please. Actually, those are actually from all the questions I asked you and you answered. Human are essential but often forgotten dimension. So sustainability is not only about our environment, but also about ourselves, about human beings. From the UNDP, the definition says what sustainable human development means. It simply means the creation of the same opportunity for the future generation who have the same conditions as their parents, namely us, for a dignified life. So we have, in our society, we could behave collectively, and as each and every individual, we behave at an individual level. Next slide, please. And also we have our ecosystem. Either we could exert positive or negative influence on the ecosystem. Next. And the ecosystem actually will also respond to us. If, for instance, plastic, take it as an example. We have never thought 20 years ago plastic can be a problem today. Nowadays, from research, there are microplastic in seafood. Actually, this would be the response negatively from ecosystem to us. Next. Next. And the next. So, current focus, we are mostly focused on positive or negative feedback loops between human behavior and the ecosystem. But actually, if we're thinking, we have another dimension, it's between individual and collective human behavior. Next. So we have collective human behavior, which could have impact individual human behavior, and on the other way around, individual will also exert impact on the whole society. Next slide, please. As very important, I think the very first speaker mentioned the gender inequality. The female is underrepresented in diplomatic world. Actually, this is exactly what I want to, thanks for introducing the topic. This is exactly what I wanted to say about awareness. Sometimes the problem exists, but just we are not aware of it. Next, please. This actually requires political, society, legal, educational, have a joint effort actually to make individuals to be aware of the challenges in our society or in our environment we are facing. And also it provides means and foundations to prevent this from happening. Next, please. Next. Yes. So, and also it involves a good willingness from each and every individual. We have good willingness to understand what the problem we are facing today, and also in order to have a long and happy life, to guarantee the access to quality to quality educations, participate in political and economic lives. Next one, please. Then in the end, we will have actions which could allow us to eliminate political and social barriers, fight inequality and poverty, and also to against discrimination, especially discrimination against women and girls, and also people have different colors of skin. Next, please. Next. So how many, so first we have different ways of our actions. First would be intervention, mainly from a damage control perspective. When something happens, we have to do something. For instance, especially let's take plastic pollution. As I said earlier, or actually if you think sexual harassment is kind of human behavior. So let's think of a victim. It is easy for him or her to heal from a physical damage, but psychological damage, the scar may live for the rest of his or her life. Next one. So this actually involves education would play a key role to induce a behavioral change. It could through formal education, the education you receive from university or from the college. And informal education, this would actually involve social media or TV program we are watching, what kind of message they send to the general public. This actually, from a behavioral change, we change the dynamic from intervention to be prevention, from a damage control perspective, actually to prevent potential damages from happening, especially in some kind of situation, the consequences are irreversible, both from societal and environmental. Next, please. Next. Okay, so never underestimate what kind of impact an individual could bring to the society. I will give some real life examples now. So first, let's see what kind of impact a human being, an individual, could exert on ecosystem. Next. So, Cassandra Lin, a 14-year girl in the US, she started a program. It's called TRIF, Turn Grease into Fuel. The main idea is to recycle biodiesel from cooked oil to redistribute to the field to local families for emergency heating assistance. Apart from tons of CO2 emissions eliminated, and also a new bill was signed into law in July 2011 and into effect on 1st January 2012, which mandates all business must recycle their grease. So if you are interested, you can click on the source to read the full story. Next, please. And now I'm going to show another one is how human being could affect other people. Could you play the video here, please? this very short video actually could inspiring us to care about gender inequality, and also especially those vulnerable groups, as in this video, refugees, to make sure that everyone has a dignified life. And also my last question to you, what impact you think you can bring to the people who are around you? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, unfortunately, I was told that Mr. Constantin Blondeau did not manage to come. I will keep the question time for the last part of the meeting. So keep in mind your questions. I will invite to take the floor Ms. Irina Zukova, Director for Sustainable Development and Corporate Programs at Philip Morris International, that she joined us online.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in such an important event. I will be talking about how business can, what business can do in terms of the sustainable development goals. And I will be talking not only as a Philip Morris person, but also as a head of the National Council of Corporate Volunteering. So we do have the special organization here in Russia that unites more than 100 organizations, 100 companies that are decided to be together in order to conduct corporate volunteering programs. And for us, it's very informal organization, so we don't have like it's informal, so the companies decided to join, and it is across the whole Russia. And we have the regional representatives. Now we have like 27 regional representatives that are working across Russia in 27 regions. And usually those companies are uniting and discuss what they can do in order to support the implementation of the sustainable development goals through the volunteering. And we see now in Russia, we see a lot of people, they would like to be the part of the volunteering movement, and especially the COVID situation push a lot of initiatives, and many people are coming to the organization, coming to their management and asking what the company is doing in terms of the helping the people to fight and helping the country to fight the COVID, and what they can do on what they actually can do in order to support those who are in need. Our council was created 6 years ago. So by the time that we had this crisis situation with the COVID, we have already done a lot of stuff, and we were focusing on the ecological programs. So many people were gathering together and going either to clean the rivers or plant the trees, and they usually do it with their families, and this is also one of our goals, so that we have more people. By this, we have more people to be part of their ecological programs, to be part of the ecological initiatives. So we welcome our employees to come with their families, with their friends, and what we usually do is to organize not only the event of the cleaning or planting the trees, but also some educational seminars that are educating people, because if and I think that this is important for the companies to be educated and to raise an awareness about the ecological issues within, first of all, within their own employees. So, like for example, in the Philip Morris, we have 3,000 people. So imagine if we can attract, if we can educate those people, and they will come to their homes and start to think about more more ecological behavior, and also they will attract the attention of their families and friends. This is what we as in the business can do to implement and to make sure that we are moving towards the sustainable development goals. We also have the ecological part is one of our initiative, one of our, let's say, stream, but we also have social initiatives. So many of our employees, they want to do some social work, and it's becoming more and more. And here is again, unfortunately, we have the situation with the crisis, with the COVID, but the COVID provides us a lot of new companies to join the volunteering, the corporate volunteering, in a lot of new employees who would like to join and who would like to take some part in this social volunteering. Like people are helping those who were not allowed to go outside, for the elderly people who could not go outside, elderly people and the disabled people. And so this is the also the one of the major part. And the third one is the pro bono volunteering. So this is what we also see right now, that we seeing more and more examples in Russia that people in the people that are sitting at home. We still have some people that are working from home, so they are ready to do the intellectual volunteering or pro bono volunteering, helping the non-government organization to redefine their strategies in terms of the budgeting or financing or marketing. So that was something new for us. We didn't have it. We did have some stuff before, but that was not like the movement. But now we have. And we understand that this is we do have the requirements and we do have the expectations on this part of the volunteering, and it's good that we have more and more people, more and more corporate volunteers to join it. So I think that this is important. And again, as I said, for the business, it's important to be let people. For those who want to be the volunteering, so the business can provide the infrastructure, and the business can be those who can organize the corporate volunteers that would like to be the part of would like to be to solve very important issues. From the other hand, the business can do a lot of educational programs. They can do it, the educational programs, both for the employees, and I think that this is one of the important stuff that business can do. Like, for example, we in Philip Morris, we do a lot of educational ecological seminars within our company, and we talk about our employees, about the social, about the sustainable development goals in a very, I would say, informal language, because this is more for us who are doing it in the professional way, but for the employees, it's important to understand what they can do every day in order to contribute to those goals. I mean, how they can save the electricity, how they can save water, the very easy things that are reflected to them. So yeah, and if they can, as I said, if they can start doing this, it's important not only for them, but also for their families and for their friends. So, and that's why I think that for a business is very important to be the educator, to have the infrastructure for the people to be part of the part of the societal issues, and let the employees and drive employees, and let the employees realize the own realize what they want in order to support the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I believe we already managed to tackle the topics of our panel from three different perspectives that are crucial, very important. The corporate one, the diplomatic one, and the academic one. We need cooperation between those three worlds in order to achieve our goals. Thank you very much. So let me invite to take the floor Mr. Eric van Lennep, climate innovator and innovation strategist and representative of Urban Arena. He is following the event online as well. Hello, Mr. Eric.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Super, super.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
I've taken a lot of notes, and so forgive me if I consult them as I talk. Normally, what I do is, what I like to do is I like to fill in towards the end of something like this and see if I can help by closing some gaps or adding additional perspectives and that sort of thing. I'll give you all just a really short background so you can decide whether you want to listen to me or ignore me. I call myself a serial social entrepreneur. I've been at this since childhood, actually, so that's more than 60 years. I formally trained in a combination of biology and design. So those of you who know anything about the field called biomimicry might resonate with that. So come from a background in design and human rights, ecology, including especially climate change, policy, education and training, and overall social change. These are all roles or hats I've worn over the years to try to accomplish what I felt was important in my life. So that's just a little bit of where I'm coming from as a speaker or a hole filler. But I think the next point that I want to make is pretty significant, which is I'm not here to talk to any of you. What I'm here to do is talk with, not to, not at, but with you, particularly as young people, but not as a category, of some sort, which I've heard a lot of sort of wording around that, as if you're an interest group or something like that. I'm interested in talking with you as individual fellow people whose position in time and life stages that merit a very particular consideration, considering where you're at in your lives. And I'd like to remind everybody, in this event, that each of us, no matter what our chronological age, we're still young. We still carry that young person we once were inside. And everybody equally, no matter what your age, you hold an elder. You hold an elder with all the wisdom that should imply. So from that, I've been thinking about what would be the most helpful thing I could contribute to this conversation today, and I believe it has to do with more of kind of a philosophical or very fundamental in terms of deep perspective on what we are facing as a people on the planet. And so that means that while the world of internships and opportunities for volunteering and that sort of thing can offer some specific experiences, it's not enough. It's by far not enough, and it's limited in terms of scope and in terms of time or durability. As someone at one point said some years ago, if you're not afraid, you're not paying attention. And that's to comment after one of the speakers earlier today who quoted some surveys that 75% of young people are afraid of what's coming in the future. And as that other one said, if you're not afraid, then you really aren't paying attention. We are in a situation so dire, economically, socially, ecologically, that if we get out of it as a species, it will be because we basically levied every single skill in intelligence and cooperative ability available to us. The situation is far worse than most of the agencies and institutions are admitting, unless you go to the Council for Climate Change or some of these high-level institutions which are tasked specifically with measuring and reporting back to us so that we can ignore them. This is also a multi-lifetime commitment. And I think that's really a really critical point, right? This is not something that you can kind of like dip into and dip out of if we want to get to the other side of it successfully. This is going to require all of us to basically commit ourselves for the rest of our lives. And more important, possibly, to train our kids. It's not an option. I can't say that strongly enough. It is not an optional thing. What does that mean? One of the things it means is that along with various technical skills or political skills or economic skills and that sort of thing, we need to be remembering, because these are things which are not taught anymore, right? These are things that basically, if you're lucky, you stumble across it sometime in your development and then you learn it. We need to recognize that we are part of the community.
Mr. Vallena, sorry, may I ask you to speak a bit louder, please?
Yeah, is that any clearer?
Yes, now.
Okay.
Yes,
I just moved. Yeah, I moved the microphone. When we talk about the environment, when we talk about the community, even if we talk about our community, even if we talk about our environment, we have this kind of wording which keeps us separate from the reality, which is these are elements that are extensions of our life. They're extensions of ourselves. And so this is where the perspective comes in. If we cannot see what happens to the rest of the ecosystem, the biosystem, the living creatures which come together to make life possible for us, if we can't see that as an extension of ourselves, I don't know that we will muster the commitment and the determination to heal that. So this is, you can go into scientific reporting at this point. There is now corroboration. Scientists are, especially bioscientists and earth scientists, they are saying, yeah, this is a single organism. The planet itself operates as sort of a meta-organism. And that means all of these different things that we kind of mostly ignore and sometimes just take from, or we complain because they're not delivering to us, they're actually part of ourselves. And so that's a conceptual shift which is going to help us. And the same goes for that community. The people out there, maybe you haven't spoken with them, maybe they live on the other side of the planet, maybe they're of a different economic strata in your own town. But they're part of the family, and not in a sense of kind of literary, wording to make a poem from it. They are literally part of the family. What happens to them is going to come back and happen to us too. So that's very, very important. And as I said, I'm going to go through this quickly, and I understand that these are kind of top level concepts, and I welcome any kind of questions for clarification when I'm done. I realize I'm just skipping across the surface, but there are so many holes that I feel would be helpful to fill in right now. I'm going to give it a go. All of this SDGs, they're actually, each one of them is an aspect, but just one aspect of something whole, right? It's like if you can picture a sphere, like a glass sphere that's been cut like a crystal, And each one of those cuts is a window in through a different SDG. But when you look in, you're still looking at the same center, right? And so the SDGs are there because they need to be addressed. They're there because these are things that are broken in our system. But they're
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
They're all driven by, you know, the same kind of attitude and perspective that we need to change. You know, that may all fall apart, right? Because we're in a very fragile time. We're fragile financially, we're fragile technologically. Every increase in technology makes us even more fragile. So that's why I'm advocating for going back to developing flexibility of thinking, learning how to design whole systems, focusing on your understanding of how psychology and communication works, because these are the things going forward, that whether or not the United Nations survives, whether or not the SDGs are accomplished, we're still going to need these in a world which is changing so quickly. And the last thing I'll say, because I understand you're impatient for me to finish, is that we need to shift from the vocabulary of sustainable itself. Sustainability, as someone mentioned earlier from the floor, has been co-opted. It actually was co-opted before it was even generally accepted as a word. But it also means limiting the damage, right? Even according to the Brundtland report, sustainability means making sure that the next generation has the same things that were available to the current generation. Well, the current generation is at such an advanced state of decay. It's got to do with something called the shifting baseline. And that's that every generation, when it's born into the world, it accepts the conditions around it as normal. But the one after them has to accept the conditions that have been drawn down further, like a bank account. So we are looking at trying to continue and pass on to our children a heavily, heavily degraded planet. That's not enough. So what is enough is a concept which has been growing in terms of its understanding and practice for the last several years, and that's regeneration. So that means repairing and replacing.
Can I ask you to finalize your speech? As we
I'm finalizing it this very minute, and my apologies for taking so long. I'm not a bureaucrat. What regeneration means is replacing what's missing from the bank account. And that's where we need to be. Every one of young people and every one of people who can remember being young can find a way to engage with this. And if we do that, and if we do that together, then yeah, thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will leave the question time at the end after the speech of Mr. Nikita Makurin, that I invite to take the floor. Program Coordinator at Alexander Gorchakov Public Diplomacy Fund. Mr. Makurin, do you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, I want to thank Russian House in Brussels for giving me one more time an opportunity to participate on behalf of the Gorchakov Fund in this roundtable discussion. I hope I'll be not so pessimistic as the previous speaker, because today I want to talk about the public diplomacy in the sphere of sustainable development. And so first of all, it's a great pleasure for me to perform for this audience with such respected speakers. And so COVID is COVID. So nevertheless, we still can talk online. And so let me proceed to my topic. So, and my topic is the Gorchakov Fund's activities in the field of sustainable development. According to the UN list of sustainable development goals, there are 17 goals that must be accomplished to provide a sustainable future for the humanity. The Gershikov Fund activity covers directly 2 out of these 17. First and most important is quality education. The main aim of the Gershikov Foundation is to provide the Russian and foreign youth with an opportunity for acquiring an alternative source of alternative from the universities and schools, source of knowledge. We implement a wide range number of our own programs, engaging the youth into the dialogue with senior experts in the sphere of international relations. For example, I see some colleagues in this panel discussion that have already not once participated in our programs, and it's very very pleasant for me to see. So the main idea of our programs is to provide young specialists with a scientific practice for their future. So the second sustainable development goal that is covered by the Gorchikov Fund's activity is climate. Of course, since this issue isn't developed enough in Russia in comparison with Europe, we want to bring up the most important and vital problems of the climate into our discussion. For example, we have already organized a few conferences on climate, and given the fact that the Green Party has gained a huge support during the German elections, such issues cannot be avoided in bilateral discussion in the future. And as many of you might know or might not know, we 2 times a year hold a Russian-German program, Potsdam meetings, and lately the climate discussion have hijacked the agenda of the forum on the highest level. So that is why the Gorchikov Foundation, as one of the source of Russian public diplomacy, want to draw the attention to the Russian position on climate change. So I have mentioned only 2 tracks of Gorchikov Fund's activity that directly correlate with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but we are not ignoring other 15. For example, if we hold an economic conference, we try to invite as many competent and efficient speakers as we can to cover all economic issues, including poverty, economic instability, problems of the new energy resources, and economic growth. After the first lockdown in May 2020, we have launched a new track of our discussion that covers threats and challenges for modern medicine. We invited the most qualified experts to scrutinize the factor of pandemic COVID-19 from the epidemical, economic, and political point of view. And in the end of each year, we round up all of our activities with a final program it's called Dialogue for the Future. Within the margins of the program, young experts from different spheres, international relations, economic, medicine, science. So these experts that have been invited to participate are involved in the discussion with senior experts, Russian and foreign senior experts, about all the previously mentioned topics. And the highest point of this program is the meeting of the participants with the Russian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, where they have chance to ask the most burning questions. So I know that you're tired, and I want just to summarize my speech. And in order to do that, I want to emphasize the fact that the public diplomacy is some kind of bridge between the society and officials. Its goal is to draw attention of the public to the most vital and controversial problems of the society. And to my mind, public diplomacy, is the best tool for achieving and promoting the idea of sustainable development. It helps people not only to understand what the sustainable development is, but to cause an impact in order to accomplish those goals. So I don't want to waste your time anymore, and I be glad if you have any questions, so be free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now it's finally time for the question time. If you have any question, please feel free to come here and to. Yes.
I had a question for the lady of the College of Europe regarding this washing machine. I was 3 years ago in Nepal, and I thought before that the washing machine was needed in life. But this is actually the only way for a lot of people to have social contact, ladies with each other. Otherwise, they don't have any opportunity to have social contact. So if we give everyone a washing machine like that, it will be individuality. We are thinking too Western. We are thinking too, this is not always sustainability. It was so fantastic to see all these women gathering together on Saturday and washing their clothes together and having social contacts. I thought a washing machine was needed for everyone, but this is really, it was so beautiful to see that it's not always the best option when everybody has a little machine into his house and there is no social contact anymore between women. So that's what I wanted to say, yeah.
Thank you for the comments, but actually I think the objective of that washing machine is not to prevent people from social contacting with each other, but on the contrary, actually to save their times. Instead of spending hours to wash the clothes for the whole family, especially for girls and the women, actually they save their lives and energy. As from the video, you can see most of the women, they suffer from back pain due to laundries or chores. Actually, the main idea actually to deliver gender inequality, especially for instance in refugee camps or in areas they don't have access to electricity. So those kind of washing machine by manual power, actually, it enables people actually to provide an alternative they can choose from and to I would say to provide an alternative they can choose from in order to free some time they can do other things. Of course, if for some regions, or it may be a local culture to do laundries together instead of using washing machines, that's also a way of living as well, but that's not the way of living for each and every woman, or for instance, in this video in the refugee camps. Hope I answered your question.
Any other question? Also for the other experts.
Thank you. I have a question to Ms. Irina Zhukova. So you presented some volunteering opportunities, and I think it's really great to have this for employees. And I wanted to ask you, as a Director for Sustainable Development and Corporate Programs, if you have perhaps some examples or advice or practical actions of examples on how you can encourage the employees of the corporate to change mindsets, behaviors, to be more sustainable, to think about the environment, to change the mindsets within a corporate so that the employees are more aware and care about the environment. I don't know if you have a few examples or advice on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think that the most important start is what the company is doing to address SDG. So that was not the part of my speech, but I think that it's important for the employees first to see what the company is doing and that how the company itself addressing those kind of issues. It might be like different companies, but they have each and every company should, I think, no, this is my understanding, should start with the product itself. So and then when it is addressed the product and then the issues that are related to the product, like for example we in Philip Morris did, we are now leading the transformation in tobacco industry to create a smoke-free future, and we want to replace the cigarettes with the smoke-free, less risky product. And for us, that was the most important, first to address the product and then see what else we can do, what else is important for us, and to conduct the materiality analysis and see that the ecological part is important, the social part is important, and start doing the real stuff by ourselves, by the company, and start talking about this with our employees. So for them, the company should be, to my mind, the first example how what the company is doing. I mean, we in ecological stuff, we are one of the like small number of companies who are having this AAA in the CDP index. So we are doing very nice and very good stuff. We are moving towards the carbon neutrality. So it's a lot of stuff, but it's important that you are sharing with the employees. So the first the employees is aware. Then you have the commitment from the management team that they're taking it very seriously. They're not just talking about it, but they also do some real stuff, and you somehow encourage employees. For example, we do have on our factories, we have the special programs where the employees can bring their ideas, how to be more sustainable, how to be more effective. For example, one of our employees, they suggested to use the rainwater for the air conditioning. That help us to save some water, and we are encouraging the employees to bring some initiatives and to bring some ideas, and this is visible within the company. And this is for the first step, because the volunteering should be the next step. First one, you start with yourself, you start with the company, you're doing it, you're sharing with the employees, and then you see that the employees have the interest, and you can ask them to either join or to do something more, and you support them. I don't know if I answer your question.
I have a question for Irina Zukova, because Philip Morris International is a cigarette company, I thought. How can you have something as sustainable smoking, and how can you have something as sustainable cigarettes?
Yeah, this is what I have already mentioned. So we are the first company that start to transform our business, and we are having the very long journey in terms of the transforming our company, and we to create a smoke-free future, so the future without cigarettes, and we are very committed towards this future, and this is what was set on the very high level by our CEOs and by the investment community. But for those who are those adult smokers who still wanted to smoke, we have been developed the less risky smoke-free products, and we now have the very in many countries we're having a dialogue with the scientific communities, because we have a very good scientific base behind these products, and we are sharing this scientific stuff with the scientific communities, and it's open. We have the pmi.science.com website where everybody can see the scientific provement that those products that we want to offer instead of the cigarettes are less risky. But of course, if you don't want why I'm saying less risky, but it is not zero risky. So if you want to have the zero risky, you should not be using anything of those type of products. So this is the core of our transformation, and the core of our sustainable strategy is to address the most important part is the harm of the cigarettes.
Okay, I have a question regarding the entire system of the company. I would like to know where does your base come from? Is this a more psychological, development system? I would say, is your base psychologically based, like operant conditioning, for you to get your staff to actually start being more sustainable? And how would you advise startup companies or organizations, young startups, to actually implement this in their company?
Is this the question for me?
Yes.
So I think that it's important, as I said, it's important to start first of all to look at what the company is doing, and to listen to your employees. So what we see when we started to think about volunteering, that was not just us to make this decision. We saw that this is the request from the employees, and for us that was very important to support it. And I think this is the only way how it should be organized. If it should be like getting from the employees top to the management, and management should support it. But I still do have some examples when we have the management be very active and trying to push the employees to do something. That was also quite successful. But the first one, where the employees is pushing the management, to my mind, is much more successful. So that might be in the different way. But what I see usually, the employees are gathering together, and they address the company as because again, as I said, it's important that the company is having the dialogue with the employees, and they having this information flow with the employees, so that the employees can understand what is the sustainable development, sustainable strategy for the company, and how they can contribute, what else they can do for their reaching sustainable development goal. Like, for example, in Philip Morris, we do have a lot of charitable programs in Russia, and we usually discuss and we usually speak about those kind of programs, and we see that people they come to us and say, we wanted to go with this to those elderly and disabled people and help them, how we can help them. So it's important that you have the dialogue within. It's important that you support the initiative from the volunteers, and for the people who want to do the volunteering. It's important to understand that this something. It should be something beyond their job description. So they should be ready by themselves to do something more, and this is. It should be also taken into account, because in many cases there's something that they should do during the weekends, or they have to organize other people, then put some more efforts. But we see more and more people that are ready to take this let's say additional responsibility or additional efforts to organize people within the companies.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately we are very late, we have to close this session. Now you will have a 15 minutes break, and after you will have the dialogue atelier that will be moderated by Lukiana Suvorova. I see that the title of the panel of tonight will be Cocktail. It will be our favorite one, I think. I hope to meet you all there. I thank you very much for the attention. Thank you very much. Grazie mille a tutti. Spasibo. Spasibo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We joined to the cocktail.
Digital cocktail for you. Digital cocktail.
Yeah.
our dialogue atelier, that is also evaluation of the forum. Please, if you could ask other participants to enter. Yesterday we had a very interesting also day. We had a foresight session. Please, those of you who participated yesterday, can you stand up, please? Okay, great. You are welcome also to come here if you wish, and maybe to share some of your ideas about yesterday and what you were discussing. Or we can also stay here as you wish, as is more comfortable for you. Just in a random order, I will give you the floor just to express some ideas about yesterday. What we were talking about our foresight session.
Well, we talked about the different goals of the United Nations, and we found out some different trends that could apply to the future, and collected some thoughts that we could have, what could happen in the future for the better or the worst.
And what was, maybe there was some also insight for you?
Well,
something new?
We would like to wish less poverty, but also like we had ideas like free and accessible healthcare for everyone worldwide, but we had a lot of ideas, so maybe I can also give the speech to other participants.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Henri. That was a good introduction. So we divided into 4 or 5 groups. Technology, I was responsible for technology. I think, Henri, you were from events. There were threats. There was also, so these are the 5 trends: the energy crisis, the fact that poverty will increase, all 5 different trends that will happen by 2030. And so we were dispatched into 5 different committees to try to find solutions to these trends. And we had to put those stickers of what will happen between 2021 and 2030.
What was new for you? Something that you were not thinking about before?
Well, the fact that we are, different young people we have different perspectives. So it was interesting to hear of everybody bringing their ideas to the table. So.
Okay, thank you.
And the fact that there were some, even if people had some pessimistic ideas, we all wanted to find some solutions. So it was quite empowering to see everybody trying to find some solutions to tackle these 5 trends by 2030.
Okay, thank you. Who else would like? Okay, then you.
Thank you. So this kind of events is really interesting to provide to students and young people to be aware of the sustainable goals and also to share convictions and share knowledge about climate change and environment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first thing I must say, it was very different than I was expecting, but for the better, in the sense that I felt that we were, as young people, as young students, were really given the protagonism to express what would be our predictions, our opinions, our thoughts, and our hopes for the future in accordance with the SDG topic, and I really enjoyed this exercise. I think we covered some very interesting points. Overall, it was a very enriching experience, and I would definitely look forward to participating in similar events again.
Okay, thank you very much. If anybody else would like to share, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone who's involved in organizing this conference. I thought it was one of the best things I've done all month, so it's been a very eventful month for me in work, you could say. But yeah, it was very nice to have an avenue of conducive dialogue where we can discuss from different perspectives, not just with the youth, but with different generations from different backgrounds. And I thought that was really interesting. And on top of that, thank you very much for the nice food you provided.
Oh, yes,
and the
but
hotel.
we're speaking about Foresight.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
But yeah, so yeah, I thought it was across the board, very much so a great element of discussion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And yes, and just about yesterday and the Foresight, if you have some other insights.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that it was really interesting that yesterday we could kind of see the background of the Sustainable Development Goals. We could learn about them, also in order for us for today to understand better the situation, to understand better the goals, to actually know about them, to also know how as youth we can do something to actually achieve them. So it was really interesting because actually the main purpose, I mean, for what I understood, the main purpose of the workshop was to really see what as students we think what we can do in order to achieve those goals in medium term, well, let's say short and medium term. So it was really interesting, and I really, the thing that I would highlight is that I love that they would give us some background on the topic before we actually had the conversations and the seminars today, so we could like understand it better.
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay, thank you. And a question to the audience, how do you think, is your lifestyle sustainable? And would it be sustainable after our meeting? Could we make it? Yeah. Okay, it's an open question, and
I think our lives have been more sustainable since the pandemic, since none of us could fly. So there was a big improvement for sustainability since none of us could fly anywhere. So the pandemic indirectly helped us towards greater sustainability.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm happy to give the floor to our speakers. Please, Dmitry Pelikanov.
Thank you very much. No, we're not, of course, becoming more sustainable, as you may understand, right? So because of the pandemic, we have to use much more plastic, unfortunately, for all the food delivery, masks, gloves, and all the stuff, So, and unfortunately, we produce more and more rubbish, which is not clearly recyclable, especially the masks. You have to separate it into 3 different particles before recycling, and it's a really complicated process. So we're just dumping them now and collecting the amount of waste on the planet. So there are a lot of challenges that we'll have to face in order to overcome the consequences of the pandemic. But I would like to use this chance to thank you once again for your active participation yesterday in the Foresight. I tried to summarize what you have done, so all these scratches of paper here and there, I just put them in the Excel table, to see what is the logic behind your ideas, right? So, I guess, so my colleagues will later on distribute this file among you so that you can also see some kind of preliminary result of our intellectual activities. But I will just give a brief summary of what we have done, right? So, well, first of all, according to the first trend, increasing spread of online education, most of you believe that actually all content of the universities will be available online in different languages. And actually, there will be a 5G totally spread across Eurasia by 2025. And this will actually help to provide the opportunities for people to get online online courses. Of course, there will be a threat of servers overload or some sort of cyber attacks, but you hope that in order to answer this challenge, there will be some rules, probably more strict rules, to regulate the cyber activities, and eventually there will be effective technology which will provide for quality education online. As for the increasing poverty trend, you say that actually there will be a lot of technological insights, like meat produced in the laboratory. Actually, it is available right now, but it's slightly too expensive, so hopefully the price will go down and we will all eat hamburgers which are made of soya or actually which are grown as a part of a cow from the cells in the laboratory. So this will help to provide for food for people who feel hunger, and actually there will be distribution of food by drones, and eventually by 2026-27 we'll be able to print artificial food, which is also the case with the ongoing development of 3D printing. But you also point out that there will be imbalance in wealth, so the wealth imbalance will increase in the society. There will be lack of money for social programs, and therefore there is a need for kind of more systemic charity campaigns and raising awareness about social problems in different parts of the society. Also, you notice that the government will have to regulate somehow, be more involved in regulation through the use of taxes and services. And actually, at the same time, as a threat, you mentioned that there may be some civil unrest, and the government system may collapse if they don't find the right instruments to meet this challenge. Access to education and healthcare, growing access to education and healthcare. Here it's also quite obvious. So you speak about medical records which are digitalized. You speak about free vaccination, which will be available, and actually about robot doctors. So robot doctors who will be much more sophisticated than human doctors. Well, we all know now that, for instance, machine doctors or machine by processing the data today offers better solutions than human doctors who are subject to errors like just any other human being. It's an interesting episode, I think, in Daniel Kahneman book about the statistics. He made a survey among the doctors, I don't remember, in Stanford or in Princeton University, in Stanford University, I think. So he was asking them what kind of things they will do to treat cancer. And there were two options, right? So either surgery or therapy. And most of the doctors chose therapy. And he said, like, well, if it was a machine that was taking the decision, it would say surgery, because the statistics, and when we analyze the statistics, the most successful way to deal with cancer is surgery, and only then therapy. But doctors, due to their stereotypes, due to the kind of dominating mood in their society, they prefer more conservative methods, even though they are not efficient for their patients, right? So you believe that actually these kind of things will be overcome with through the use of virtual reality in highly sophisticated hospital equipment, etc., etc. The problems that you mentioned in this respect: overloaded hospitals and bad quality of services, increase of taxes because you need more money actually to finance this kind of state-of-the-art healthcare system, and lack of professionals, because even though machines are replacing us and robots are better than we, there are still need some people who will operate the robots, right? So, and who will create the software for the robots. But eventually you believe that, well, from the point of healthcare, there will be some kind of free access to good healthcare in the world by 2030. And from the point of education, actually there will be some kind of global university and the legislation which will ensure the quality of educational services. Energy crisis, trend number 4. You believe in the development of hydrogen and various green energy sources, which is, well, really going on. You assume that artificial intelligence will be able to manage the energy systems and prevent the energy crisis in the world. And actually there will be some kind of normative shift to the green energy. So it will be the governments that will push us and each other towards greener world, right? So, but at the same time, you assume that this will result in higher energy prices, and actually there will be, the need for regulation of specific sources of electricity, like nuclear energy and some others, so more sophisticated regulation and legislation for the energy sector. And finally, the fifth trend about growing polarization in international relations. Actually, you've somehow focused on the fake news. I don't know why, because I mean it's not clearly directly related towards polarization, but well, to a certain extent, yes, of course, because we are all dependent on the media and actually the politicians as well. So they create the picture and then they start believing in the picture that they create, right? So therefore, you assume that there will be some censorship of the fake news. Again, that artificial intelligence will be a good moderator of the news and will see what news are fake and which are true. And actually, you believe that there will be some kind of UN constitution or some international document which will somehow regulate the international, the social media, right? So right now, as you all know, it's more the domain of the corporations. And actually, the governments have little effect on what the corporations do. However, the recent blackout with Facebook showed that actually the governments can do something, right? But in general, so there is a need for kind of more consistent international regulation on the government side for the social media. And you also mentioned as a kind of, inevitable thing, the rise of a new superpower in the world. We don't name it here, probably you meant China, or someone else, I don't know, maybe Nigeria. But you believe that by 2027 or so, there will be a new superpower in the world, and this will not be the United States, right? So these are the kind of very brief summary of what you have written, and I assume that actually if you can get together again within, let's say, next week or next 10 days or next 2 weeks, it would be good for you to finish it up, because you still need, I think, a couple of hours, probably 2-3 hours, to add ideas here and actually to make it more coherent, so this map. And so if you find this 2-3 hours, I think it will be very valuable, because at the end you can get a very nice product which will reflect your position as a European youth, or actually multinational youth, I would say, because we have people here from not only from Europe but from Brazil and from other countries. So this can be a really nice and interesting project at the end. So again, thank you very much, and I hope that you will find this 2-3 hours in the next, let's say, couple of weeks. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Actually, I would say that the picture of our future is not that bright.
It's not that gloomy, because we just discussed with Vera this morning that there was, as I said, a very interesting international survey for 10 countries across the globe from various geographic reasons, and it made a much more pessimistic picture, So, like 80% of people saying that there is no future on the planet, that we lost all the efforts in saving the environment, that the governments betray us, 39% do not want to have children because actually they're afraid that children will die in this terrible world, and so on. So our picture is much more moderate, I would say.
Yes, okay. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to a representative of the biggest youth association in Russia to see what they are doing towards sustainable development goals. And here we are also very happy to greet our European partner, representative of European Youth Forum, the biggest organization platform in Europe for youth organizations, Frederic Picavet. But first I would like to give the floor to Grigory Petushkov, who is joining us in Zoom. Please.
Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья. Я буду
Good
говорить.
afternoon, dear friends. I will speak Russian because I am in Russia, in the Moscow region. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to Brussels. We can hear you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everything should work. Yes, everything's fine.
Не слышно.
So the problem is not on my side. Can you hear the translation?
Раз.
Ladies, you just have to select English language in Zoom. Colleagues? Does it work?
Может быть, попробовать.
One, two, three. Can you hear me?
Okay,
Can you hear translation?
Continue with European Youth Forum, and then we will come back. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Luciana. So, hello to everyone here. I'm Frederick from the European Youth Forum, and I heard that you have been asked the question, what have you done to make yourself more sustainable, right? Like, have you been more sustainable over the periods? I think our generation, your generation, is the most sustainable generation that has ever lived across the world. We all want to be more sustainable. The question is, can we really? Do we have alternatives? If I go to the supermarket, if I buy an apple, sometimes it's wrapped in plastic. I don't have an alternative. It is just there, wrapped in plastic. Today, I came here by car. Not because I want to, because the train ticket in Belgium, it's quite expensive. And also, if I wanted to take the train today to come here, it took me double or 3 times as long to come here by train than as by car. If we can take a closer look to the world in general, we can see a lot of girls and boys wanting to be more sustainable, wanting to do something for the planet. But when we come to conferences, and if we see a lot of paper there, a lot of plastic bottles there, a lot of I don't know what at the conference, then it's not our fault that we cannot be sustainable. It's because there's only limited supply. And that limited supply, it's not focused on durability. It's not focused sustainable. We are asking the wrong question. The question we need to ask is, have our governments become more sustainable? Is there enough supply to be more sustainable? Because I have spoken to a lot of you today, and everybody wants to be more sustainable. It's like a party. Yes, more sustainability. Yes, absolutely, sure. But it's not us who can change the world. We all have, of course, our individual responsibility that we want to take. And we do take that. But if it is more expensive to take a train than a flight, then of course we will take the flight. We are not stupid. We only have a limited amount of money to make sure that at the end of the month we can survive. And I have a lot of friends who are taking planes when going on holidays. It's not because they want to, it's not because they're not sustainable, it's because when they want to take a holiday to the south of France or to the north of Italy, it takes 1 full day to go there, and by train I mean, and it's super expensive. Half of their budget, it's gone on trains. Individualizing responsibility to the young people today is something we shouldn't do. We need to collectively say to governments, to businesses, This is on you. We want to change, however, supply is not there. Demand is there. Young people want to be more sustainable. Supply is not there. And isn't that exactly what a market failure is about? So, I'm Frederick, I'm from the European Youth Forum, and we are the biggest youth umbrella organization across the European continent, and we are the voice of all 40 million young people in Europe. We also are the working partners of the European Commission and the European Parliament on all youth subjects. On all youth subjects, yes indeed. This is nice music. You can put it down. Why are we here today? Why is sustainable development important to you? It's not only because sustainable development is important to you, it's because our generation, we will have to live the longest with the consequences of our governments and business not acting. It's we who will live in the world of tomorrow. We will see that when we don't take action today, we will live in a world when we have more climate crisis, where we have less possibilities to change something, because the generations before us didn't take action, and that's why sustainable development is important to us, because we will live with the consequences of all that. Don't you hate all the politicians who always make those broad statements like we need to do something about sustainable development goals and then do nothing and just give empty speeches? I personally hate them, and I know hate is a strong word, but still I hate them. So what can we do? At the European Youth Forum, we have several key action points that we think are important to do. First of all, governments, they need to have a broader vision on what progress means. Today, we are counting progress as economic progress. We take a look at the dollar, at the euro, at the currency, and we say, this is GDP, this is gross domestic products, and if it grows, then it means that we have more development. But what about forests? What about health? What about friendship? Can't we put that into value? We think as a European Youth Forum that, first of all, governments, they need to have a broader vision on what progress means. If you want to take a look at our website, europeanyouthforum.org, you can see that we have made something like that. We have made a Youth Progress Index. A Youth Progress Index, it's another way to count GDP. It's not to say, okay, this has been produced by this country in that many years. No, we take a look at how good is it for young people to live today in that country. And then we cross-combine this with the GDP. And then normally you would need to see that if GDP is higher, also the Youth Progress Index is higher. And in certain states, we see that this is not the case. The United States, for example, a big GDP, but Youth Progress Index, quite low. Why? Because GDP, it doesn't measure what it needs to be measuring. Health, progress, sustainability, all those things. What we see, for example, in the United States is that we have a lot of wealth with little amount of people, and the other way around. So that means that also for young people today in the United States, it's not good to live. Also, when they want to go to education, they will need to have a loan of $40,000, and they need to pay their loans for their whole lives. So first of all, governments need to have a broader vision on what is progress today. Second of all, we need to work more with civil society organizations. When I talk with my girlfriend about the European Youth Forum, she doesn't like that. Why? The European Union, it's a government that always talks with lobby organizations. And that she doesn't like. But I do like lobby organizations. But not only economic lobby organizations. Civil society organization is also a lobby organization, I think. And civil society, it defends civil rights. Business, it only defends business. And I think that's wrong. So a second thing government should do is not only talk with the business, but also talk with civil society organizations. For example, here today, I think that's something really good. The third thing, government need to promote durability of products. You probably all have had a printer already, right? When you print something, yeah, it comes out of the printer, you know how it functions, right? But after 5 years, suddenly it breaks down. And you don't know what to do about this. The only thing you can do is buy a new printer. But nothing is wrong with the whole printer. Only one thing is missing, probably. So why do we let businesses do that? It's just not right. That's just not sustainable. So we need more durability. And then maybe the fourth thing, the governments also need to focus more on the impact of food consumption. Probably you all like a good burger. Me as well, I do like a good burger. However, when we take a look at the impact I make when I eat a good burger, it's huge. But when I want to eat a burger, it's not possible today to eat a green burger. I want to say a vegan or a vegetarian burger. If I want to do that, again, it comes down to money. It's again more expensive. So government, they need to focus more on the impact of food consumption, and they need to incentivize the use of green alternatives. And then maybe still a last thing that government can and should do. The government is there to solve market failure. The government is there to make sure that we have a good health system, a good education system. Today, when we take a look at what government is supporting, it's the wrong things. All government talk about we need to be more sustainable, but when we take a look at what government does, it doesn't support sustainable alternatives. When we take a look at what the ECB is doing, European Central Bank, it's of course helping the monetary system in Europe, but it's also making sure that the banks today are supporting businesses that are not sustainable, and that's also something the government can do to make sure that when they are supporting businesses, they support the right kind of businesses. So that's all for me. Thank you for having me, and always welcome at the European Youth Forum. Thank you.
Can I comment, or shall we give the floor to
No, please, you can comment and then...
Thanks, Frederick. I mean, you sound partly like Greta Thunberg, but this is good. We really missed you yesterday at our foresight. But unlike you, I don't believe in governments, because governments are made of politicians, and politicians follow money and voters. So a disappointing news for us that the age structure of the world population is changing, and actually the proportion of youth is going down significantly. If in 1980 it was about 48% of the global population, today it is slightly above 30%. That is going down because simply people give birth to less number of children in the world. Even Africa cannot help us with that, so the fastest growing continent. And actually we have more and more people of a senior age because of the growing life expectancy. So the governments, as normal things, as normal people, so they are oriented on their voters, and their voters are people of the older age, not young ones. So and corporations that actually subsidize and fund their election campaigns, right? So the only thing we can do is that to change our behavior and to become more to make more demands to the politicians, I agree with you that we should probably raise our voice, but at the same time, if we don't change our individual habits, and if we don't convince our parents, actually, I think I could be your father, so if we don't convince ourselves, right, and our parents to be more sustainable, nothing will change, because these are the everyday things, small steps that each of us can do to make their life better. Trains, planes, plastic, etc. So just an individual choice after all. Regulated or not regulated by the government, it's your individual choice to be responsible and probably to pay more at this moment, or to be irresponsible and not to pay less. So, and this is the choice that each person can do, and the government regulations will hardly help us here. So if they make more taxes on the flights, one day, so it will make our life less convenient. So, but still, there will be a lot of people who will continue to fly, etc., etc., and we'll have to wait long time before they make this kind of regulations. So, I still urge you also to think how you individually, in your everyday life, through small habits, can make our life more sustainable.
Thank you so much. I think we really have a very interesting discussion today. Sustainable development goals, they make us think globally. That is also very good. Maybe some of you didn't think about some specific goals before you came here. But now we will see how National Youth Council of Russia works with sustainability. Please, Grigory, the floor is yours.
И снова здравствуйте.
Hello again. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to Brussels in person. We were not given visas, but it's a great pleasure to be with you online. And I would like to say the following things. First of all, Frederick, thank you very much for this presentation, for this speech. I was highly interested in listening to you, and it confirmed once again us, one of the biggest members of the European Youth Forum, and I really hope that the next year we will manage to organize a big meeting of youth organizations of the European Youth Forum in Russia, in Moscow, including to the agenda the topics of sustainable development. A couple of words about the National Council. Next year we will turn 30 years. We unite more than 50 biggest youth and children organizations of our country. Undoubtedly, international youth cooperation is one of the largest areas of our activity. And of course, SDG is a very significant part of our activity. Many people, many speakers said that in 2015, UN members adopted the agenda in the sphere of sustainable development for the period up to 2030, which includes 17 universal and integrated goals, and if I'm not mistaken, 169 tasks aimed at the interest of the humanity in general. And some years ago, to be precise, since 2017, after the Global Festival of Youth and Students, which took part in Russia with support of our higher education institution, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Federal Agency for Youth Affairs, Information Center of the UN, we launched our project Youth Ambassador of SDGs in Russia.
And we continue a similar program of UN, Youth Leaders of SDGs, which is implemented since 2016. We aimed at activizing the activity of Russian youth into specific actions within the context of Russian national strategy in the area of SDGs implementation. The program presupposes annual selection of 17 talented young people who, within the timeframes of their authority, they deal with intensifying of SDGs implementation among Russian youth, informing them about global problems and mechanisms of their solutions at a local and national level. Also, they involve their other participants into implementation of similar events. So we have implemented 4 stages of youth ambassadors of SDGs. Moreover, well, similarly to our program, some countries of CIS started their own projects, that is the youth messages of SDGs. And after 1 week in Ulyanovsk, that is one of the regions of Russia, we will arrange a large-scale forum of CIS youth on SDGs, where we'll have more than 100 people from CIS countries, young people who are interested and who work for achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. We have quite considerable experience. I wouldn't like to give you too many events that we arrange. On our behalf, I would like to tell you that we are more than open to experience exchange, more than open for cooperation. And as I have already mentioned, we are very pleased. We have planned it for at least 5 years, and we didn't manage it for different reasons, but we really want to arrange the European Youth Forum in Russia, if possible, to devote this to theme to SDGs. And also, on our behalf, I would like to tell you that a National Council, as a member organization of a European Youth Forum, is always ready for cooperation, for conversation, and not only at European platforms, but also for the convenient and interesting platform that is UN, or where we have already met not once with the colleagues from European national councils, where we arrange side events and other wonderful events. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Grigori. We have very interesting day today. Actually, we are running out of time, and but if you still have some questions to our panelists, please. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, you will be first. Where is the microphone? It was somewhere there, I guess. Okay. Okay, so we can start from that part. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your very interesting interventions. It was very interesting to hear your perspectives about government and individual. I actually think both are complementary. But my question is about what do you expect for in the next month? We're gonna see the COP26. So I would like to see if you actually expect something positive coming this time, because I am in the pessimist side that we're not going to see a very big change about the COP26, but I would like to hear your opinion on what should you expecting that is coming. Thank you very much.
To whom do you address your question?
If it's possible for both, but if it's possible, just a quick answer will be very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A good question. And absolutely, those actions are complementary, right? It's individual action and it's collective action. It's both of them. Well, I'm quite optimistic. I think optimism is moral duty. I do believe that governments, they matter. And I also do believe that with small steps, we can take big action. So for the COP, of course, when we take a look at the science, you can't be all too happy about that. But I would say that if you would take a look 5 years ago, think back in 2016, would you think that already such big steps as a Paris Agreement, for example, would have been possible? I don't think so. So I think gradually we are changing the window of opportunity. And that's called the overton window, something that was unacceptable and impossible 10 years ago, we have now changed. But that's also because of the voice of our generation, right? It's because all of us in this room, we speak up and we say to our governments, we say to business, we can't allow this. And I want to say something else about the fact that the population is getting older. As I am getting older, and everybody also here in the room today, as I have turned 30, so I'm not sure if I can be your son, mister, but still, as I have turned 30, I can see that age is just a number. Meaning to say that my parents, my grandparents, they also think about the next generation, and they also don't want to see their children growing up in a world where we have climate change and where you have an increase of temperature of 2 or 3 degrees. When I talk to my parents, they are very much convinced of the fact that we need to do something about that. So I'm not that negative about the fact that old people can vote. I think it's a good thing that old people can vote, but young people can vote too. and we need to be active, and all of us can do something to change that. So yes, I'm optimistic. We need to be optimistic, but we also need to be critical, always critical, and to say to governments, we have demands, but you need to do something about supply. Thank you.
Well, you see, we have such an interesting panel because, well, we disagree all the time, right? So, and it's really good, you know, because Frederick belongs to the middle class European population, right? So, which makes less than 1 billion people across the world, you know, so the so-called golden billion. All other 6 billion people, they have slightly different views on the situation. And this is unfortunate for the global future, but that's the reality we live in. So I would say that even though I'm optimist by nature, and I prefer to be optimistic in most cases, from the point of international forums, I don't have any illusions. And normally I prefer not to expect any breakthroughs because they end up with a lot of talking and then some nice declarations, but mainly they never bring breakthrough. That's the problem. So from this point of view, I prefer to be pessimistic for the prospects of the forum, simply because if if it is without breakthrough, then I'll be happy that I was right? So if they disappoint me and make a breakthrough, then I'll be happy that I was wrong. Actually, let's see what happens, but the only thing that we can mention, and here I agree with Frederick, is that the world is slightly changing, and the attitude of the politicians is changing, because they start to understand that they can no longer neglect the environmental problems. While before they could say that, okay, it's not the major domain of our interest, today they cannot say so, because simply they themselves see the evident consequences of such neglecting. So therefore, maybe this will somehow push them 2 centimeters forward in their efforts to change something at the forum.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There were 2 more questions, please.
Нет, отвечать не надо, да?
Do I have to answer? I would like to answer the question.
Also, Grigori, please.
They say that an optimist, a pessimist is a well-informed optimist. Thanks to the point that I didn't manage to come to Brussels, suddenly I came to my dacha, to my outside the city house. I haven't been here for a long time, and here are lots of problems and lots of things to do. And if I thought about how to make it all at the same time, I wouldn't be able to do anything. So today I decided to do something, and I have managed to do something. So I think that the same approach is related to what we are discussing about sustainable development goals. There are specific things that everyone can solve right today or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow all together. For instance, on December, we plan to arrange a youth meeting with the South African youth organizations. And we have a number of proposals and of specific assistance that can we provide to these countries. And I would like to suggest our colleagues from European Youth Forum, if possible, and if they wish to participate in our trip, so that all together we would work in this part. So let us take some specific tasks and altogether solve them. I believe that we can do this. It's out of the question that we must think globally. Yesterday you had a big foresight session. I could hear the results. It's very great and useful, but as somebody mentioned, any way starts from the first step. So let us do something to help to make the world better right now and today, or at least tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Grigori, I know that there are some comments.
I just really quickly wanted to thank Gregory for inviting us at those meetings, and we're really flattered that we are invited, and also to say that not only you will be turning 30, we will also be turning 25 at the European Youth Forum, so you're very welcome to come here to Brussels, and actually all of you. End of November, 25 years of European Youth Forum, so very short. Thank you.
Very good. Many celebrations. Thank you. So please.
Yes, it was regarding what... Yes, it was regarding Frederick said. I liked his provocative way of talking, that it's not the responsibility of the youth, that we are taking cheap airplanes, but I wanted to stress that we, as youth, as you can see yourselves as youth, we have more power than you think. It's also an individual responsibility, also a corporate responsibility. And I created, for example, myself, 10 hectares of forest without government support, people's forest. So it's possible, everybody can do something, and it's not only not saying, oh, the politicians have to do it, we lost credibility in the politicians, but I think everybody should act. And it's not only a responsibility of the politicians, it's also your responsibility as a president of a youth forum to also say that we have the individual responsibility.
Thank you. I think it was more as a comment, yeah. So please, Augustine, and then 1, 2, and we have to finish after.
Right, I'll try to be brief. So over the last few years, there have been a lot of young people that have sued governments, and many times they won. The case that governments need to do more to tackle climate change and concrete CO2 reductions. So we passed from a point where governments had a moral obligation to act from a legal obligation to act. Do you think it's a positive development in this situation that justice is intervening? Just wanted to hear your thoughts, both of you. But
Yeah, I think it's good that we find the legal mechanisms. So instead of protesting in the streets, we find kind of like more efficient mechanisms to fight the bureaucratic machine. Because bureaucratic machine is good for its procedures. So you have to, in order to beat the bureaucracy, you need to use the procedures that will be more efficient. So therefore, I think that this kind of legal activities are quite productive.
Okay, thank you. So please.
Yeah, adding on to that question, do you think that traditional, slow, moderate governance inevitably leads to youth detachment and apathy, and that apathy inevitably leads to extremes and civil unrest like we see in the US or, for example, the protests in Moscow recently?
Well, I think that the government should work with the youth, and actually, as I said, for instance, for our agency, the young people and their aspirations are the priority. And I think in many cases in Russia, we see how more and more focus of the various ministries is shifting towards the young generation and towards their interests in order to involve them in the implementation of the national goals which are set and so on. So obviously, I think that, well, if the activities, if the efforts are enough and sufficient, no. So we obviously can do more, but it means also that there is a field of opportunities, and actually I think that the initiatives about the ideas that the young generation has, they should simply should not be shy to express these ideas and express them constructively. That's the most important case, because as a kind of, since I joined the civil service not so far away, so I'm looking still at it as a kind of outsider. So from time to time I have an opportunity to have some kind of external view. And what I can tell is that people in the government offices are extremely busy people. They really have no time for creativity, unfortunately. So they have to focus on a lot of everyday tasks, and this kind of everyday routine, it takes most of their time. And therefore, they would be happy to suggest, to support some initiatives, but they do not have time to create with you and to be involved in this kind of, co-production. So they need kind of more packed initiatives, so better packed initiatives, the initiatives that will be like a call to action, so with a clear set of goals and a clear recipe what to do. So therefore, if the young generation is able to produce this kind of initiatives, not just ideas or slogans, but something well-packed and something very specific, I think that it will be quite useful for the governments and they can pick it up in their everyday policy.
Thank you so much. I've heard that Grigory probably had some comments. Grigory, are you with us?
Я очень коротко, да,
Well, I'll be very brief. As to in Russia, we have 40 million of young people. I could hear about meetings. It's always very interesting to hear about it and to discuss. But in the meeting, we had at least several thousands of youth representatives in the meeting. So to talk about interests of all the youths through participation in meetings, it's not very right. It's just a small share of a percent, and it's not a considerable part. However, you are absolutely right, and the participation of young people is one of the main priorities, both for institutions of civil society, including youth organizations, and believe me, for today, for the government of the Russian Federation, in different ministries, in different agencies and institutions, the youth agenda is one of the top priorities. Just for your example, for your information, quite recently, the president gave an order to the existing national projects, big projects of top priority of the country development for different directions, so that in all the national projects we would have sub-projects which would be related immediately to the youth of young people and created for young people. I believe that these kind of decrees and these kind of solutions talk for themselves. And the main thing and the best thing, I think I repeat myself, but still, it's better once to see than to hear 100 times. Come to us and we'll be happy to tell us, to tell you how we arrange youth work, how youth policy exists, and how youth organizations and young people are built into the system of implementation of SDGs.
Thank you.
Thank you, Grigory. Yes, Frederick?
I will keep it brief, and normally when people say that, I don't, but I will. So yes, democracy, it's inherently slow, right? Because it's the organized disagreement. And young people, they are inherently really fast. So there will always be difficulties by making sure that young people are heard by their democratic leaders. But there's not only democracy, there's also civil society. And I think their government can do something to listen better to civil society and what young people say there. There's a big youth field out there in the European Union, but also in Europe as a continent, also in my own country here in Belgium. So I would say to them, go take some action, go to the civil society, go to some youth organizations and listen to them. And it's really interesting that we disagree a lot, but I do believe in co-production. Today, right now, I'm not sure if you know, but there's a conference on the future of Europe taking place in Strasbourg. And I'm not president, I'm vice president, but my president is today at the conference on the future of Europe. And she's leading a working group right there. And politicians, hopefully they will listen. Probably you can make an argument that they won't listen, but I think they will. So I do think that, of course, with democracy being slow, it's not always easy for young people to feel that they are heard. But then it's up to the governments to make sure that they listen to what civil society is saying. And then we also need to talk, but then I'll finish. We need to talk about vote at 16 and making sure that young people at 16 and 17 years old, they can also be able to vote. Thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sure that they will listen, but it's more important to make them work. And in order to make them work, they don't have time for co-production. They need some kind of prepared recipes, so that they can agree or disagree on, say, okay, correct, there's 2 points, and I'll buy the rest, right? So that's how it works in lobbyism. So therefore, you have to pack it and to bring it to them so that they can accept or disagree with that.
Thank you so much. There were, okay, 1, 2, but briefly. Otherwise, the hotel will close and we will stay here.
We can all have some cocktails and also talk there, right?
Yes, so very briefly and very quickly, don't you think that in general sustainability is under form of construction and we need more to invest inside the scientific part? Because, for example, you talked a lot about, and also that strong statements, which some of you like to do about how to be sustainability, break this constructive way. Because, for example, I heard today here that vegetarian food is sustainable, but basically new studies show that it's not really so much sustainable. But you put it to the mass and a lot of people begin to think that it is. And when you finally have a true proof that it's not sustainable, you will have trouble to make everything back, because people already by the force of inertia, they go ahead with this idea, and you come to them and say something, oh, excuse me very much, I was wrong, actually we must do something else to have our nutrition more sustainable. So that's two questions. Thank you.
I agree that we should invest more in science. I mean, definitely we should. And actually, we should do more to spread the scientific knowledge, because we live now in the world of ignorant people, people who believe in fakes and stereotypes and whatever miracles that happen in the world. Yeah? So people who believe that organic food is much more environmentally friendly, which is not, because, I mean, organic cow is a methane bomb, so, and its effect on the environment is much higher, so than the effect of the cow which is grown on the farm and eats corn and so on. So actually, yes, I think that we should provide for kind of larger awareness campaigns on certain things, and definitely just as I said, I think in the very beginning this morning, that we don't do enough to actually convey to people what is it all about, all this SDG, So there is elite that knows what is sustainable development goals. There is a huge expert community that knows. There are top managers in the large corporations who know and who write all these wonderful reports, how they implement the SDG. But a large number of people, they have no idea what it's all about. And actually we need some sort of like global information campaign to involve all these people to become more sustainable.
Yes, thank you for the question. About the fact that...
Можно, да, я отвечу?
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead, Gregory.
Can I answer?
Yeah, Gregory, please.
Can I answer the question? Thank you very much. Very good question, and you said very good things. I will give some examples. Do you remember some years ago there was a big financial crisis in the European Council when, due to some reasons, Russia didn't pay their obligatory payments to the Council of Europe, and the budget suffered a lot. Remember how the Council of Europe always said that youth is not only the priority, this is the most important thing that the Council of Europe can have. That is why all the programs related to youth will never suffer. And remember what happened? The budget which was cut was the youth sector. It was the first thing. Now we have the pandemic situation. There is a number of countries under sanctions. I'm not talking about Russia and not about Belarus. We talk a lot about sustainable development goals, that we need to support everybody, that everybody is equal. Nevertheless, these sanctions, even in the most difficult times for these countries, these sanctions stay in place. I believe that all of you present here know a lot of examples. SDGs is not just economy, politics, and some things that somebody once declared and said that would be a priority. It's also the internal consciousness, understanding of every person where we shall go in order to make the world better. And the politicians have their own view, scientists have their own view, but we, at our positions, we shall do what we must do. When we speak about sanctions for a number of countries, undoubtedly at our level, at the level of public organization, youth organization, we will support this country in order to achieve SDGs and make them closer to SDGs. South America, African countries. Thank you very much. That was a very good question.
Thank you. I'll be brief. There's this common mistake that sustainability is all about climate change. It is not. Indeed, it is true that, for example, when you eat vegan or vegetarian foods, we don't know exactly what the footprint is of that, but that's not the whole picture. We need to talk about sustainability as a concept as a whole, and not only about CO2. Sustainability, it's about the fact that we need to be sustainable as a human being for the whole world. Today, in 2021, there will be 77 billion animals being killed only for food. 77 billion. That is 77 and 9 zeros. Are we being sustainable if we are doing that? Is our footprint on the world not too high if we are doing that? It's not only about climate crisis, it's about we as human beings having a really high footprint on this world. We have Overshoot Day, Earth Overshoot Day. I'm not sure if you have heard about this, but it's when the Earth has given all of her capacities that it could do in one full year without making sure that it has provided us more than it actually can. And it's in July. We only have in 7 months' time, we are using the capacity of the Earth that already in 7 months' time. So it's incredible. So that's a common mistake, that sustainability, it's only by climate change. It is not. And then secondly, should we invest more in science? Yes, of course. There was this study 3 years ago that if you invest €1 in science and in university, you get €7 back. And that's enormous. Why is that the case? Because if you invest more in science and in university, you get better, highly educated people. They will work more with a higher wage. That means more taxes, etc., etc. They will also consume more, etc., etc. So yes, we need to absolutely invest more in science. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And the final question, please. Yes, the lady.
We need to find these universities. Frederick, tell us where to find these universities where you can invest €1 and get 7. This will be great. I think that everyone will actually donate at least €1 to this kind of universities.
There is a report, 2018, of the Flemish Education Council, where it is stated, and it is researched by partners at Deloitte as well, that have researched this, that if you invest €1 in university, you get €7 back.
Okay, so now we're going all to invest in Flemish universities. We know where to put our money. And actually, I urge you, we will kill with Frederick the Belgian agriculture, but I urge you to eat more poultry, because just as we discussed today, so if you reduce the consumption of beef during the week, at least 20%, so you will actually provide for better environment. Recently there was a good story about that actually if we slightly change our diet, just slightly change our diet and eat more poultry, then less than beef and pork, so we will actually provide for much safer environment around us.
Thank you. And the final question?
Yes, I've been listening throughout the entire discussion, and I feel like we're not really, I'm hearing a lot of external factors that can lead to sustainability, but I feel like there's a missing point in the individual aspect of each and every one of us. And my question to you is, I'm really missing out a lot of concrete and really adaptable steps that can lead to a certain form of consciousness, because what you see, you'll assimilate, and then you can become conscious of what you become, what you see, and it will automatically direct your path and change a certain form of behavior. And I really would like to know how you guys are planning to realize that instead of, obviously, you can change an entire environment, I always say this, but when you as a person, you are not ready enough for the changes in that environment, you come close to have done absolutely nothing of the entire process. So what are the plans in personal development?
I think it's a matter of creating good habits, so that's the only way. To create a habit, you need, 21 days, right? So I plant the trees, I sort rubbish, and actually I send the plastic for recycling. I switch off water when I brush the teeth. So I use shower and don't take a bath. I try to use soap instead of shower gel, So I probably prefer sometimes to walk rather than to take a car or to take on a public transport. So just a matter of everyday habits that you form, that you convey to your children, that you convey to your parents and grandparents, and that's how we can make our life better. So helping other people, just like we discussed at the first session, volunteering, and going to other countries to support them and to provide them with the opportunities that do not have. So these kind of things will make our life more sustainable and will actually help us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals.
It's a fantastic final question, Patricia, because we agree on something. It's about habits, and it's about changing your own habits. So thank you for that, and I'll leave it here since we all have another session to wait for. So thank you so much.
Just if Grigori want to comment something? Grigori, are you with us? No, okay. But actually, I also have an answer for your question. The United Nations also thought about many lazy people in this world, and they created very nice manual how to save the world for lazy people. And there are 4 steps how to be the hero on the sofa, how to be the hero of your flat, apartment, how to be the hero of your district, and how to be the hero of your university organization where you work. Very simple steps, how to change your habits. But at the same time, of course, it's very good, maybe it's a bit boring, but it's very good to read not only 17 goals, but there are 169 exactly different objects that we have to achieve, because every goal, they are very big and they involve different tasks from us. So to think how can we be sustainable? And our slogan is think, act, create. So I address to you to think, of course, to be active and to create the world where we really want to live. I thank you so much for such a brilliant discussion. It was sparkling. That is very, very nice, exactly, to exchange our ideas, our visions. And we thank all of you for this day and for this forum. Thank you so much. And now, good part. Yeah, and now we have something that we were waiting a lot. We have our concert. It starts at 7.